Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, Rem, and today we're bringing back returning guest Jason Hardy, the Shadowrun Line developer, and we'll be talking about the new platform for community content programming, Hollow Streets, and what's new for the Sixth World. Stay tuned because you won't want to miss it. Now, you can type in hashtag RemPC in the chat anytime during the show tonight for your free entry to be entered for a chance to win the new metaplanar book from Shadowrun, Astral Ways. And it can be yours by typing hashtag RemPC, donating bits, or subscribing in chat. Every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry to win, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. And you get that one free entry, again, by typing hashtag RemPC. In Rem Alternis news, Subversion, the new cyberpunk fantasy TTRPG by Fragging Unicorns Games, is now live on Kickstarter. Build your community and subvert authority at every turn in this gritty Neo-Babylon setting. Head to the link in chat and back now before the campaign ends. Exit Vector is the aerial combat minis game coming to Kickstarter March 28th. Give your pilots some much-deserved attention as you use this rules-light game on its own or as part of your cyberpunk role-playing game. Get your rigor on with Exit Vector and follow the link in chat to check out the project. And don't forget to enter your email. Well of the Worlds is coming to Kickstarter as well on April 4th from Mobius Worlds Publishing. Powered by Prowlers and Paragon's Ultimate Edition, this TTRPG setting transports characters into a new fantasy world where they discover they have powers they didn't have in their home world. Inspired by Japanese isekai portal fantasy stories, this is a world of adventure for you to explore. Learn more by visiting the link in chat and following the project. And finally, Battletech is returning to Kickstarter on March 23rd, premiering at Adepticon in Chicago. This new Mercenaries campaign means more minis, more maps, more stretch goals, and more fun. So check it out at the link in chat and don't miss out on the launch. Now, time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned, RemPCs. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, Jason. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Thanks for having me back.
Oh, it's always nice to talk to you, Jason. You're one of my
Happy to be here.
favorites. Well, actually, your daughter is one of my favorites, but you come in a close second.
That's totally understandable, and we accept your ranking.
Awesome. Well, we've had you on the show before, and we've asked some of the usual questions, so I'm going to jump right in to our questions of the week because we've got Hollow Streets to talk about. And so my first question, because of Hollow Streets and like the ability to add your own little stamp on the Sixth Worlds, what brought that about? Is there anything about the OGL that caused that to happen, or what is Catalyst's stance on the whole OGL?
No, this wasn't specifically because of all the OGL kerfluffle. In fact, we've been working on this for a while. It's just one of those projects that we've been working on when you have a crack in the schedule and you can put some time on it, but then those cracks go away, and so it keeps getting pushed off. But we finally are ready to launch, and it happens to come at a good time. But it's something we wanted to do for a while, just because we know Shadowrun has a very passionate community, and we know that people want to do things in different editions of Shadowrun and want to try things that are different. We get questions all the time where people want to write up like their home city for Shadowrun and put that in the Sixth World and put in the landmarks they know about and special things to them and put that in a Shadowrun setting. And Hollow Streets gives everyone the opportunity to do that. You can put together whatever Shadowrun content you want You can use the provided templates and art to make it look pretty and very Shadowrunny, and then you can put it up on the Hollow Streets area of Drive Through RPG and find an audience for it, and you can sell it.
That's awesome. My next question is like, what is Hollow Streets and how will it work? So you kind of gave us
I
that nice.
skipped right to that.
You did. So you said there's assets that creators can use to kind of help build this and make it marketable. And it's all through Drive Through RPG. Is there like a program or a template, or what are the requirements behind it in order to do this?
Yeah, so Drive Through RPG has long had their community content program, and so a lot of people, the Dungeon Masters Guild and Pathfinder Infinite and other games that have a community content program. So this is just following in their footsteps. But we want to make it as easy as possible for people to create, and so that's why we have the art pack, so that you can have a lot of images to put into your product, and then have the templates so that it looks like a Shadowrun product. The templates are based on Shadowrun 6th World, so that's what it will look like. That doesn't mean you have to make SR6 products. If you want to do something for an earlier edition, go for it. Make it happen. Make content for your favorite edition. And if you want to make your own templates, that's okay. We just thought we'd make one for those of you who don't have the graphic skills, you can have it made easy for you. So that's not a barrier to people getting into the program. But if you want to make your own, I'm not going to stop you, but we're here to make it easy for you.
Awesome. That's
so
really
then
cool.
You can just post it. There is an agreement that you'll sign, just basic contract that's standard for Drive Through. And then we'll have some content guidelines of what you can and can't include, just about how much, violence and other adult material you should include in the stuff. And of course, we want absolutely no racism, no offensive content, no content that further marginalizes already marginalized people. So Shadowrun should be for everyone, and so the content should reflect that. But other than that, you'll be able to create lots of stuff and put it up for sale.
Awesome. That's really cool. And when is this going live?
Should be March 24th is the date we have circled on the calendar to launch it.
Awesome. That's super exciting. So I left this off our questions, so sorry, but I know you have something to say about
That's okay.
it anyway.
I'll just make up an answer.
Yeah, right. So is there anything? I'm tossing you a big fat softball right now, like it's a wiffle ball. Is there anything that's set to release already on Hollow Street, so the website doesn't launch and then there's nothing there for a while? Is there anything that will be ready for launch?
Yes, we're certainly hoping there will be some things ready for launch. I'll be talking to some people, but in particular, one group we've talked to, you mentioned in your intro, the fine people who are making the Exit Vector game should be working on something, and we want that to be available for launch. And as you mentioned in the intro, Exit Vector is a kind of rigor chase combat game, but with simplified rules, so that if you moved into a chase scene from your Shadowrun game, then you could use the Exit Vector rules to make it a little simpler to play the combat scene. If you were just wanting to play a vehicle chase game by itself and not as part of a tabletop role-playing game, you could play Exit Vector. But it is designed to work really well with Shadowrun. I played it. It does work really smoothly. It does have a kind of Shadowrun 6 feel to it, but simplified, so it works really well with those mechanics, but it would work as a standalone thing too. So that should be, assuming those Exit Vector people have their act together, that should be a launch product.
I would know nothing about that. Coming to Kickstarter March 28th, and there will be minis. The Kickstarter is for the generic, system agnostic game, and that comes with miniatures. And then there's going to be a skin for the rulebook for Shadowrun as well, because these are Shadowrun fans that wanted more rigor love in the game, and to have some really neat chase scenes or extraction scenes and things like that. There are maps with hexes. There are a bunch of different minis and more that might be created as stretch goals as well. So that way they kind of support and supplement each other. So if you want the rules for how to do it and the basic set, you can go to Hollow Streets. If you want lots of minis to paint and stuff like that, you can go to the Kickstarter. So, yeah, that's how that kind of overwhelms. So thanks for letting me do some promotion there in the middle of
No problem. Happy to have them
it's
promoted.
relevant.
I've been they've been a great team to work with. They are always prepared, always knowing what they want, always ready to move to the next step. It's a good team, and I'm excited to see how they roll out the product in the next month or so.
Yeah, and they're demo agents,
Yeah,
most of them. So like it's neat that, these are people that do know Shadowrun, that
yep,
run Shadowrun regularly at conventions and have built something to expand the game, which is neat.
absolutely.
So there's been a lot of releases for Shadowrun lately. I feel like every time I look on Facebook, there's a new book out. So tell us about some of the biggest and most recent releases that have come for Shadowrun.
Yeah, some of that is just because, shipping bottlenecks us, and so we just release things when shipping managed to get it to us. So we usually try to spread it out every other month. But in January and February, we had releases coming out back to back. So January saw the release of Null Value. That was the Matrix Threats book. So if you already picked up Hack and Slash and you want to figure out who is in the Matrix causing problems for your deep Matrix runs, then Null Value is the book to look at. As you can guess by the title, the Null Sect, who is one of my favorites, is profiled in there, along with other groups. And then just in February, we had the book you mentioned for the giveaway, Astral Ways. We've had this ongoing plot line with a lot of metaplanar disruptions and extra portals opening up to metaplanes. And this really gets you into the full exploration of the metaplanes if you want to go there. If you want to take your Shadowrun game to really weird and wild lands, but still have Shadowrun elements, like you want to still be able to do some hacking while you're in this strange kind of metaplanar realm, then Astral Ways has got all the rules for you to work that out. And it will tie in a lot to the upcoming plots. So if you want to know how the plots are going to develop, Astral Ways has a lot of good clues in it for you. And then we had 2 card decks come out in February too. The program deck, which goes along with Hack and Slash. So it just has programs. If you have trouble keeping track of programs and you want to just be able to put cards in front of you that tell you what your programs are and what they do, then program deck is the deck for you.
Like Edge Zone.
Like Edge Zone, but just for reference rather than a standalone game.
Fair. I just like lining them all up.
Yeah, they are fun to see and get all your Shadowrun stuff in front of you. And then the Rogues lineup is the follow-up to the Rogues Gallery, so another NPC deck. So if you need more NPCs, and these are great because you can use them as NPCs in your game. You can even use them as PCs. If you're doing a quick pickup game at a convention and you need to deal out some characters, you can just give them some cards and they can run. I've done that, and it works really smoothly. So anytime you need Shadowrun characters with their stats in a good compact format, you can get the Rogues lineup deck or the Rogues Gallery, and you've got a bunch of NPCs. And they also, fit on the Game Master screen because you got the cool sleeves on the Game Master screen where you can perch them on top and you can see the stats and the other people see the portrait. It's great.
I'm going to be at GaryCon here in a couple weeks, and I'm going to be running a Shadowrun game for some friends. I might have to get that deck, and I left my GM screen in Canada, so I might need another GM screen so that I can do that because I really like the feel of that, and especially for some of them haven't played Shadowrun much, if ever. So being able to just hand out some cards and be like, choose your character, sounds really fun.
I'll go out and visit Redder Games Plus in Mount Prospect, and he'll hook you up.
Ooh,
At least
okay.
he better have all the Shadowrun stuff.
Yeah, right. Well, so yeah, I'll have to make a trip when I'm in Chicago next week.
Yep.
Awesome. All right. Well, so let's talk some competition. There have been a lot of Cyberpunk Fantasy TTRPG Kickstarters launching early this year. How do you feel about the products within the genre growing?
I think it's really interesting to see different takes on the genre and how and what they emphasize and what they want to do with the genre, because I think there's a lot of ways to approach it. One of the things I've always loved about Shadowrun is how many options you have, that you can tell an infinite amount of stories, you can make an infinite amount of characters. So there's not one way to do that genre. And so all the other games that are coming to it are showing kind of the different things they like and the different things they emphasize. And I think it's great to see what all those different approaches are and to see what the different creators think is important and what they think is the fun part of it, because there's a ton of fun parts of it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that, it's the lore of Shadowrun is so deep and detailed. When you've got 30 some years of lore at this point, it kind of happens.
There is a lot.
But yeah, but it's interesting to see what people um take from that. And like, there's always going to be mega corporations that are evil and taking over the world, because that's not happening in real life. Um, so
Total
like
fantasy. That's the
taking,
fantasy part of cyberpunk fantasy is the mega corporations.
yeah, totally. So like, yes, that's probably going to be there, but like, what do people change about the rule systems, the archetypes that you're used to seeing in Shadowrun? If there's not shadow runners, what part of society are they looking at?
Right.
And how are they're making a game and a plot that kind of supports the genre.
Yeah, and
I
even the
like
goals of the story, what are the ends of the story that you're looking for in the particular way of playing that, and that can vary from game to game.
well, and seeing like a lot of the media that's coming out between Blade Runner and Altered Carbon was a great one to watch. Kind of that cyberpunk of what story are they going to tell in this cyberpunk future? So I like the skins and all of that kind of stuff. That's very
Yeah,
interesting.
I would definitely
Uh,
love more cyberpunk fantasy media storytelling, but
Me too. Anybody got I happen to have a script in my back pocket if anybody has investment money.
anyone's got it. Contact Ram.
Yeah, please,
She's
please.
got the talent.
We'll make the series happen. It'll be cyberpunk and fantasy and won't be Bright. Whether you love Bright or hate Bright. But
Michael Eisner, we need this. Just let it happen. Just let it
please,
happen,
Michael.
Michael
Please,
Eisner.
I'll be
Just
your
let it
best
happen.
friend. It's
And what more do you want than that?
right. um, so what else is coming for Shadowrun that you can talk about?
So we just released a new mission today.
Ooh,
So that is available. We also today have the Shadowrun 5 Mega Bundle that came out on Humble Bundle.
let's
So
talk about that.
if you still have affection for Shadowrun 5, and heaven knows I do, and you want to get like all the main books, so all of the core books, the advanced core books, the Seattle book, the corporate book, and a few more, 17 PDFs altogether, you can now buy them for one low price on Humble Bundle.
And the link is in the chat, so you can click right there and get it. Humble Bundle is amazing for getting packages like these. Is Chrome Flesh going to be in
Yep,
the group?
Chrome Flesh
So
is in there.
little Easter egg for you guys. My name is in Chrome Flesh. It was before I cared about Shadowrun that a friend of mine who's a writer wrote our gaming group into Chrome Flesh. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. He's like, yeah, I want to run this cyberpunk fantasy game for you. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds really boring.
Nerd.
I'm a hypocrite. It's fine. It's fine. I'm obsessed now. So
We've all
cool. The
been there.
Humble Bundle. Yeah, right. So the Humble Bundle, you've got what was the first thing you mentioned again?
The mission that just came out.
The mission. Where are missions this year?
They're still in
That
Neo
are dropping.
Tokyo, so we're finishing up the Neo
Okay.
Tokyo run right now.
Okay. So that's pretty neat. And then what else? Anything else coming for Shadowrun that you can talk about?
Yeah, we've got a few books in the pipeline, so they are making their way to the warehouse. The next one will be should be hitting stores on April 5th, so not too far along, not too far away, I mean. And it's called Whisper Nets, and it is a campaign book set in Manhattan, and it is all about digging around Manhattan and looking for secrets that you're not supposed to find and figuring out the best way to use whatever capital you get from uncovering these secrets.
Ooh,
I'm
that's pretty neat.
very fond of Manhattan, so I managed to put some of my favorite parts of Manhattan in that book. And I also included like a chase scene set in an automat because I'm also very fond of automats. So I got to put in lots of stuff I like.
Neato. Oh, that
And
sounds so
digging for
fun.
secrets, which I also like. So that it's a lot of fun. The writers did an excellent job of coming up with some great plot lines and then trying to make it all both tangled and accessible so you could figure out what's going on through all the tangled webs. But a lot of fun things to do in that campaign book. And
It's
then
really
our
cool.
our core augmentation book. So if you like your cyber, if you like your geneware, if you like your bioware, if you like whatever augmentations there are, Body Shop is coming in June.
I like the name. It just leaves an image that I'm now processing through right now.
It was one of the easier names. I sometimes struggle with book names, like when we did Firing Squad, the combat book for Shadowrun 6. I was doing like name after name after name that got rejected and it wasn't working. And it was my son Finn who finally came up with Firing Squad and
Nice. Go
demanded
Finn.
a creative consultant credit once he came up with it.
Go Finn. Go for it.
Yeah, he will
You
assert his
you
rights whenever he feels he needs to.
excellent, excellent. Yeah, I can't imagine naming the hundreds of books that are out for Shadowrun. You need so much creativity that I don't think I have. So
But yeah, it was funny though. Body Shop came easily. That was like, yo, that would be a good one. And it was one of the ones when I sent it around to people, like, how have we not called an augmentation book Body Shop yet? How did we manage to not use that one? So good to have it.
awesome. Cool. So books coming out as always.
Oh, you mentioned
And
Edge Zone. I should mention Edge Zone because we should talk a little bit about that since you've been
let's do
working so
it.
hard on it.
Yeah, no.
Edge Zone is about to arrive if it hasn't already arrived in the warehouse. So that means all the distribution to the backers is just on the verge of happening. So get
On the
ready to
verge.
receive your Edge Zone copies.
Yeah, the US has been pretty easy to figure out fulfillment for some of the EU and Australia hubs we're waiting on responses for. So those ones might take a little bit longer, but I'm really excited about it. I cannot wait to get that game in my hands, like the final version, because I got some of the samples as we were running the
Yeah,
Kickstarter and stuff. But to have the final will be really, really fun.
all the cards and all the tokens and everything. Yeah, it'll be fun to play. And then if for
Definitely.
whatever reason you didn't back the Kickstarter, you can pick it up later in the summer. So, we'll give time to all the backers to get their copies first, but then it will hit stores probably later this summer.
Yay! Oh, that's so exciting. So speaking of summer, summer is the season of conventions. I mean, they're happening in spring too, but I needed a segue. Okay, so
I
what
will accept it.
conventions? Yeah, right. What conventions will Catalyst be attending this year, and where will the demo team be as well for people that want to play?
So the big one, of course, is Gen Con. So we will be at Gen Con in force and we will have all sorts of demos and stuff going on. We will also, let's see, we should have some demos possibly going on at Origins. I'm not sure, but we unfortunately will not be at Origins as a company this year.
I'm gonna miss you.
Yeah, I usually enjoy Origins, but there have been complications. That's me using my diplomatic voice.
Yeah, yeah. The in Shadowrun terms, some negative qualities of. So where else are you going to be in place of Origins this year?
So there is a convention, and I don't know exactly how big our presence will be. There's a new convention starting up in Canada called GamesCon Canada. And so we might have a presence up there. That is the exact same dates as Origins. So we might have a presence there. We're looking at that. And then you mentioned the BattleTech Kickstarter launching at Adepticon. So we absolutely will have people at Adepticon. The whole BattleTech team will be there, and I'll probably just go by and crash it because, it's about 45 minutes from my home.
Yeah.
So I'll
Well,
just
you
go
can
in.
come hang out at GaryCon with me.
That's a little farther.
Like an hour and a half farther.
A little farther. So, but you come down here and come hang with me.
I will. I'm going to Chicago next week. And then for the following week, I'll be at GaryCon for anyone that's going to be there, which I guess also counts as Catalyst representation now. For
It
those
does
that don't
now.
know, I'm the new marketing director for Catalyst. Surprise!
Woo!
Yay! So I will be at GaryCon because I had been planning on going anyway, and that way I can do some networking while everyone is busy promoting the heck out of the BattleTech Kickstarter um, at Adepticon.
Looks
Cool.
like
Any other cons?
looks like one exciting thing that we have coming. This isn't the summer, it's the fall, but it looks like we're gonna send some lucky people to PAX Australia.
Okay, dibs, first of all. I have always wanted to go to Australia. I am so excited if that ends up happening. Um, and part of what's exciting for PAX Australia too is we do have some live streamers that are pretty popular in Australia that are now going to be voicing some of the audiobooks. So
Oh, nice.
so for Shadows Down Under, we have two Australians that will be narrating that. And I think there's a couple others that are coming right now. It's funny because I've got a British New Zealander. So he's born in Britain but lives in New Zealand now, and an Australian that are going to be doing Vladivostok Gauntlet. So they are
Oh,
going to
nice.
be doing Russian accents instead of their wonderful, wonderful other accents. But yeah, so very exciting to have them on board, and hopefully we can connect at PAX Australia. So
Yeah, I don't think I'll be at PAX Australia, but if you go, more power to you. I might be once again in Germany. So we'll have a
ooh,
presence at Essen Game Fair.
oh, neat. Oh, that's so neat. Yeah, that would be cool too. Um, awesome. Speaking of, I mean, Shadowrun and audiobooks and stuff like that. The first release that we have coming up is going to be Nothing Personal, which is a novella about from the perspective of a Mr. Johnson. And I'm very excited for this one to release. First of all, I'm because I'm the voice actress in it. So you'll get to hear
Nice hair
me.
flip.
Thank you. But also because the voice actor did such a good job that I like working with him now, I have to remember that he was playing a character and I don't actually hate him to his core because this character is awful and
Yeah.
what you would expect a Mr. Johnson to be. Um, but I'm very excited for the release. He's done a wonderful job. Um,
I remember
so
doing
you'll
my first read through of that story and being like, okay, so this guy is a jerk. Okay, how big of a jerk can we let him be? And I was a little worried, but I think it worked out with the level of jerkiness that the writer provided.
Yeah, I think like it's hard to start with and listen to at first, like for the first 15 minutes or so, because like he's establishing who he is as a person
Yeah.
and oh boy does he. Uh but then when you start getting into the run and the problems and stuff like that, then you kind of see like he's still the jerk element is there, but he's also trying to save his own skin. Um so some of the interactions and stuff humanize him a little more, which I think is very well done. So you actually kind of really get into the run, even though at first you're like, stop talking.
But it's a hat tip to a writer who can get you to react emotionally to a character like that.
Very
and,
much.
and
That's
not
I
quite
believe it's
alienate you from the story, but still keep you going and want to
I,
make you want to find out
I,
what's going to happen to this guy.
yeah, I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but I think it's Olivier Gagnon,
Yeah.
who is the author. And he's done a few Shadowrun books, so I'm
Yep.
excited to see what else is coming.
Yep.
Neat.
He's a
So
good writer.
you'll have to watch out for Nothing Personal coming to Audible and probably other places here pretty soon. Neat. So we've talked about conventions. Demo team will be at Gen Con, maybe Origins. Um, and then hopefully maybe Canada if
Yeah, that's last I heard. It looks like probably Canada.
cool. Awesome. Um, it was funny because when I heard about the Canada convention, I'm like, "We're in Canada," and they're like, "Canada," and I'm like, "Canada is big. I live in Canada. Is it close to home or really far from home?"
Yeah, we're gonna send you to the convention because it's in Canada. Never mind that it's in Calgary. Calgary and Toronto are basically, neighbors.
I mean, well, and I'm in
Oh,
Montreal,
that's right. You're
but
in Montreal, so even
yeah, but I'll be at Origins.
Oh well.
Oops. Yeah. All right. So, what are kind of going back to some of the books and stuff? What are some of the most recent plot threads of the Sixth World that have happened?
So a long time ago, it seems now, back when we were planning sixth edition, we wanted to have a big plot book come out at the same time. And at the same time that we were thinking of what plots could be, RJ Thomas had been pitching me some ideas about Detroit, and especially Ares leaving Detroit. And so he would pitch an idea, and then I'd say, okay, but can we make it bigger? And so then he'd go back and pitch another idea, and I'd say, okay, that's good. Can we make it bigger? Because we really wanted to make it earth shaking. And then I thought he made it big enough, and I take it to Lauren, and Lauren would be like, yeah, but can we make it bigger? So all of that discussion resulted in the plot book that kind of launched with sixth edition, Cutting Black, where we did a whole lot of things with Ares not only leaving Detroit, but a whole army corps disappearing and blackouts plaguing border cities in the UCAS, so that eventually they seceded, leaving the UCAS greatly weakened, and all sorts of fun along those lines. And at first, the plot line about the Army Corps disappearing was just an inconvenience for the UCAS, because, losing an Army Corps is a pain. But then we had the question of where did they go? And so we've been slowly revealing the answer to that question over the course of several books. And so some of the things we found out is some of the members of that Army Corps have been coming back. That happened in Slipstreams, but coming back kind of changed because they've been to another metaplane. And so they've had some alterations done to them. Now we're finding out why and how those alterations were done. And so we've been discussing this metaplane called Dis. And they clearly made a bargain with the corpse in order to make this Army Corps disappear. The entire nature of that bargain, what they got for it, and what prices they're going to ask for their services, we're still revealing. So because RJ did such a good job coming up with so many plots for Cutting Black, and he played a lead role in helping develop that book, he is the lead developer on a big follow-up plot book called Scotophobia. I fought long and hard for that title, even though people keep making fun of me for it.
I mean,
fear of Scots? Fear of people named Scott? Fear of people from Scotland? No. It's none of those. It's Fear of the Dark.
Oh.
And I
heard Skota, and I was like, Supreme Court of the...
So, but it's fun to say. I've been saying it for months now. Scotophobia. It really rolls off the tongue with all the assonance of the O's.
Scotophobia. Say it.
So
can we say
book
it
is
5 times fast?
Yeah, give it a shot. Scotophobia. 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 Scotophobia.
That was 4. There you go. I'll let you be the winner on that.
Thank you. Like I said, I've been saying it a lot. So that book is going into layout right now. So that will be, we should have copies of it at Gen Con.
Awesome.
So I'm looking forward to it. It brings a whole lot of crazy, and I always like it when Shadowrun brings the crazy, because that's what it should be doing. It's got some really hideous monsters. It's got some weird plot lines. It's got just terribly evil things happening, and Shadowrunner's trying to stand up against it. So it's going to be cool.
Oh, man. Yeah, I love the big scary things that Shadowrun has, because as you get, you've got all the bad guys in D&D and stuff, that all the monsters that you might face, but like here a lot of the monsters are human, or metahuman, but also a lot of them are metahuman made.
Yeah.
Um, so that's terrifying too. So yeah, I always love not knowing what's happening. Actually, Bob Loper is in the chat right now. And he is running our Emerald Lich game, which is not playing tonight because we
Hi,
have the
Dr.
one shot
Bob.
show. Yeah, we have the one shot show tonight, but we're coming up on the 1 year finale of the campaign that Bob's been running, and we are scared. We don't know
You
what
should
it
be.
is exactly. It is an old god, um, and we're basically gonna fight like Cthulhu's cousin, and I'm really scared. So it's
Yeah.
gonna be great.
I haven't
We
done an
might die.
extended campaign with Bob, but I have done adventures with him, and he's put me through some stuff.
Yeah, Bob
Yeah.
is Dr. Meat Grinder Loper. Um, and I love it. Oh, it's actually much worse. Cool. Thanks, Bob. I really appreciate you. Um,
No worries.
cool.
It's worse than you thought.
Yeah. That's pretty much what's happened every time I played Shadowrun. The campaign that I played with Scott Schlatz was had CFD and monads and the Monad Arcanum, and oh gosh, it was all kinds of great stuff. So
You got to run with that
terrifying.
plot line.
Yeah, I think we were the play test for his plots that he was writing for the
Yeah.
books. He was like, "How would this work? Let's mess with my players and find out." So cool. Uh, but yeah, so all right, great. So we talked about the conventions. We talked about some of the plot. Any other meta plots you can share with us that have been recent?
So if you followed the book Assassin's Night, there's spillover from that plot.
Ooh.
So let's see, how long ago did Assassin's Night? Well, I'll still be vague just because I hate spoiling things for people. Assassin's Night, as you might guess by its title, dealt with assassins and assassination, and someone pretty high profile being the target of an assassination. And you don't get that sort of thing happening without fallout. So the fallout will continue to roll over the Sixth World, especially looking at who was responsible for hiring the assassin. Whisper Nets will have a lot of information about that. There was a firm mentioned in Assassin's Night called Animus Construction. And if you want to learn a whole lot more about Animus Construction and what they do and what part of the Animus they're actually building, then you'll want to look out for Whisper Nets and then a follow-up threats book coming late this year called Falling Point.
Wow.
So lots of good stuff. I don't want to spoil anything because I always forget what's actually available to people. Because I could give you all the details of Whisper Nets, but I forget that won't be coming out for like 4 more weeks. So I shouldn't spoil it yet.
Yeah. Another shameless plug I'm going to do because we have time here. So for those who don't know, we run Alternis now runs the Shadowcasters Network. And we are currently converting the Neo Anarchist podcast into vidcasts. So Opti is going back to the very beginning of all of his podcasts and re-recording them as videos, so you get to like see Opti move around and stuff like that. So it's a short form, like digestible history of Shadowrun lore. So like what has happened in like throughout the period of Shadowrun since like the timelines diverge between real world and Shadowrun world. So I recommend that, and all of the episodes are on podcasts. But if you want the vidcast, we're on YouTube under the Shadowcasters Network. But hearing all of this lore that's coming, like I just want Opti to be caught up so that I can hear about all of this stuff on the Neo Kids podcast, and have it all in one place where I can be like, man, I want to hear about the assassination. Man, I want to hear about Detroit. Man, I want to hear about Manhattan. So yeah, you can check it out as well. It's not going to have the most up-to-date stuff yet, but it would be great to have you guys there. Gosh, there's so much Shadowrun history.
There's plenty of cool stuff.
I think that's what was very overwhelming to me as a new player was like the rules were crunchy anyway. It was fifth edition, and I had been just playing D&D 5e. So it was very crunchy, and it took me ages to learn it enough, and I'm still no expert at the rules. I'm like, how do I roll this again? But in terms of the lore, like what's kind of neat is you almost like real life, you hear kind of whispers as you talk to different groups. So like you'll hear whispers about like um uh HMHVV, the vampirism virus and stuff like that, and like that the different meta races turn into different things based on that. And then you're like, ooh, so it's almost like how does that work? And then you can dive into that a little bit. And then you hear this rumor over here about how about the assassination or about the CFD, which I mentioned, which is I can never remember the
Cognitive
actual name.
fragmentation disorder.
Thank you. So, you know,
or cluster
where
frag disorder, whichever you want to call it.
cluster frag disorder. I like that. Um, it's rough. So you can find out more about that because I just whispered about it. So yeah, hearing all of these different things, like the lore is so rich, but rather than diving into the 50 novels and endless lore books, you can kind of hone in on the stuff that's most interesting to you and learn about it. Though I do highly recommend the fiction because like I just read recently, within the past year, Dark Resonance by Phaedra Weldon.
Phaedra
And
knows her stuff.
yeah, and that was it's about technomancers and
Yep.
like computers are magic to me. So like I don't speak Decker at all, and it really did a good job of like letting it sink in how technomancers work and what makes them different from Deckers, and talk about the resonance and stuff like that. So if you want like to understand the lore, like pick up those little bits of lore again, but also understand how some of these archetypes work. I really recommend the fiction line. There's a lot of fun in there.
But I'll also give a plug for the Neo-Anarchist Streetpedia. If you want to get an easy way to get caught up on things and dive into some topics, you could just, look up the entry on CFD or look up the entry on some dragons. And it's written in a easy to read, fun style with, probably more jokes than I should have put in there, but I can't help myself.
I
It's a
think
fun
Tom,
book.
I think my husband is in the chat. Husband, can you check if we have Neo-Anarchist Streetpedia? Because if not, I'm getting it. um, yeah. So we've talked about a lot of Shadowrun. Anything else Shadowrun related that we didn't get to talk about that you would like to?
Well, just because you mentioned how we don't always have the same degree of monsters, we do still have cool monsters and critters. So that's another book coming up later this year, Wildlife, the core critter source book. And I got permission to really go nuts on art for this. So I think we're going to illustrate about 60 critters, maybe more in this book. So we're going to have critter art all over the place. And some of them will be your, biodrones are actually talked more about in Body Shop. So yeah, if you want biodrones, look at Body Shop. I'd talk about the ethics of that. Is it good to program your doggy to do what you want by putting a chip in their brain, or is that mean to the doggy? We'll talk about it in Body Shop.
Awesome.
But lots of good stuff, lots of good critter stuff coming up.
That's neat. Can you like, what are some of the names of some of the critters that we've seen before? You don't have to reveal spoilers, but some of the critters before that we might actually get art for and really be able to visualize.
So we'll get some new Juggernaut art because, of course, you have to get new art of a just massive armadillo rampaging through the desert. I always forget how to pronounce it. The Periton, the kind of deer unicorn. I happened to see the prototype of that art on a computer in my home recently.
Ooh. That's pretty exciting.
Let's see other fun things. The avalanche lynx, the smoke wolf, the Black Forest gargoyle would be there. I think there's like 2 different kinds of gargoyles because you can never have enough gargoyles. I know the Vodyanoi has been in books before, so we'll get an illustration of that.
I'm sorry, God bless you. What was that?
Vodyanoi. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but that's what I got.
What kind of creature is that?
It is a long frog with a beard. It's like a bearded frog. Yeah, I saw the illustration of this one too. This one was not on a computer in my home, but it was sent to me. It's a kind of bearded frog with human-like teeth. It's really weird looking.
Ooh.
Yeah, neat. But I'm
very excited.
The illustration was nice and creepy, so that's what it needed to be.
Cool.
There's the Juggernaut, the Death Rattle, so awakened Diamondback rattlesnake. Ghost Bear will be in there. Megalodon.
Megalodon, yes.
A new thing called the Wisp Spider. It's a spider that lights up, so it attracts people in forest to its web.
It's like an anglerfish, but on land. I hate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hide it from Bull too. He won't be able to see it. The Piasma has been around for a while, so we'll get an illustration of that.
Does the spider live in Australia? Because I feel like it would come from Australia. That's something horrifying that would come from Australia.
It's a forest creature, so yeah, any forest they have in Australia would live there because it is well suited. But we'll spread it out across the world to send glowy spidery love.
Great. Super.
And then because our art director specifically requested it, he was saying we have capacity to do like 20 more images, and he requested that we make a combat wombat. Kind of a merger of a wombat and an armadillo with extra legs, like a tardigrade kind of thing.
Was that Brent?
No, that was Ian.
Okay. I haven't gotten to work a lot with Ian yet, but I already don't like him.
Ian's fantastic. You'll enjoy. So,
combat wombat. I'm upset. All right.
Ian is great because he does. We had an Eeyore competition in Shadowrun production meeting a few weeks ago to see who could be the best Eeyore between Randall and Ian. And Randall can be a decent Eeyore, but Ian absolutely dusted the floor with him. There was no competition. He is the Eeyore beyond all Eeyores.
Man, those sound like some very fun and productive meetings.
Oh yeah, we were absolutely on target and making sure business happened.
Definitely. We've got a few minutes left. So since we've kind of talked about fiction a little bit, you have some Shadowrun novels as well out there. Can you talk a little bit about those?
I do. I love them. I'd like to be doing more, but John keeps, not assigning me them. I'm not taking it personally. I mean, one of my favorite books that I've ever written is Hell on Water. And that's whether, Shadowrun, Battletech, non-tie-in. I just love that book because it's nuts. And I tried to do something different and they let me get away with it. So
I had a lot of fun reading that one. That was a really fun one.
It came from when I was, way back when I was editing Feral Cities. So this is, back 4th edition. And they talked about the 6-kilometer or 12-kilometer long bridge in Lagos, Nigeria, and how difficult it was to traverse because some portions of it are breaking down and some are controlled by pirates. And I was like, there could be a whole novel about just trying to travel that whole bridge. So now there is one.
Yep. Now there is one. And I loved reading it dearly. And now that I'm producing the audiobooks, I'm very frustrated because I'm like, how do I find people that can do Lagosian accents?
As I've said, that a lot of the voice, I used to play basketball regularly. I haven't been able to, but for a while I was playing, and it's just like a few adults, but a lot of neighborhood kids would show up. So I was playing with a bunch of neighborhood kids, and there was one kid who was from Nigeria. Ooh. And so he had a little bit of the accent, not much because he'd grown up here, but a lot of times he'd do imitations of his mom. And so a lot of the accent is based on his imitations of his mom.
Oh, that's
Just because
funny
when
and
he would
cute.
do his mom, it had the right command in the voice that I wanted the voice in Hell on Water to have.
Yep, yep. Cool. And
Um,
what other novels have you done?
so I wrote Under Shadows, which is my big CFD novel. Just because
That's what it's about. I haven't read that one yet.
it's not entirely about CFD, but it's also is about CFD. The main character has CFD,
Ooh.
so she's trying to live with um this new being in her head.
Mm-hmm.
And the beginning I had a lot of fun with because they've actually kind of established a good working relationship. And the thing in her head has different abilities than she does.
Ooh.
So they're able to trade off. And so the opening scene where she says, okay, I'm going to, right now, my abilities can't help. So we're going to let the personality in my head take over this scene and use her abilities to intimidate these people was a fun scene to
Wow.
write. And then things get weirder from there.
Yeah. So I have the book. It's sitting under my coffee table right now. So I'm gonna need to read it. Especially now that I know there's CFD and how it's so near and dear to my heart after what was done to me during our campaign at home. Um, so wow, that's rough and fascinating, and I love it.
That was a lot of fun to write too, and I got to go to weird places again. And there, again, it was a source book, and this happens a lot. This has happened, BattleTech, Shadowrun, whenever. It's reading a source book where you get an idea, and you want to set a story there. So it was, I think, Angel Towers, if I'm remembering right.
Ooh,
Angel
okay.
Towers Arcology in London that they invented. It was an abandoned arcology, so mainly
Ooh,
taken over by gangs. So I really wanted to have, gang people roaming the halls of a possibly haunted abandoned arcology. So that was fun to play with.
cool, cool, cool. And are those the only two Shadowrun novels?
From the latest, I did Drops of Corruption years ago, back when WizKids was doing the Shadowrun Duels game. So I
Okay.
wrote that. So that's one of my first novels, but not the first, but my first Shadowrun
And
novel.
you do have other novels that are non-Shadowrun as well that people could find, right?
Yeah, I've got the BattleTech novels. I've got my own standalone novel called The Last Prophecies. And then my wife and I, she came up with a fantasy setting called Ulana Gahi,
Ooh,
Ulanigahi. So it focuses largely on Native Americans in the early colonial days of America and has some really fun magic in it, a lot of fun creatures in it. So she just came up with this system, or not this system, the setting, and said, I want to have these creatures and I want to have this sort of magic and I want to have this and this and this. And I was like, well, that's a lot of cool stuff. Can I tell stories about it? And she said, yeah. So we've done two novellas so far. One of them is called The Wise One, and the other one is called Kimi and the Missionaries. And so they are both available. I wrote a short story that will be in a book called 99 Fleeting Fantasies that will come out from Pulse Publishing. So the short story that has that setting will be in there. And then we're working on another story that is untitled because right now it doesn't have a good title. But once
cool.
all three of the novellas are out, what I'd like to do is put them together in an omnibus edition and then make that available both as PDF and ebook and print on demand so people can download it. And Kat does the covers of all of them, so they're delightful covers. And
She's a wonderful artist,
she
so please check her
is.
out as well.
So I'm just trying to write stories that live up to her art.
Aw. Oh, we do have one question that I see here in the chat real quick as we wrap up here. If any more of the books for Shadowrun will be released on Roll20.
Yes. Did I not mention that? I'm a terrible promoter. Do you know what I need? Do you know what I need, Rem? I need a sales
Instead
and marketing person to keep me
of,
straight. What I
well,
need.
do I have news for you?
Yes, Roll20. I should have mentioned that because the core rule book is about to come out on Roll20, and that was the thing I'm really excited about for March. So
Yay!
Sixth World Core Rulebook is almost done. We've been working hard on lots of tokens because there's an unbelievable amount of tokens we need for that book to cover all the gear and weapons and cars and NPCs, but it is almost done. We're just putting the final touches on it. And then the core rulebook compendia will be available on Roll20. And then after that, we'll be working on Firing Squad and Street Weird and the other gear heavy core books to bring them over to Roll20. So absolutely there will be more books coming to Roll20. And the core book will be there very, very soon. Should be this
Awesome.
month. If not,
Cool.
I'm not going to say anything beyond that. Should be this month.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, last question. Where can we find and follow you to learn more about what you do and watch what's coming?
So Shadowrun6world.com has the blog, so that's where we put up announcements. The Shadowrun Facebook page always has the most up-to-date stuff as well. You can follow Catalyst Game Labs on Twitter if you like, but Facebook probably has the most detailed information if you want. We have an Instagram site, but I've never used it, so I don't even know what it is.
That's
So
my
those are
problem
the main ways.
now.
And if you want to just follow my stuff, Jason M. Hardy Writer on Facebook is the best way to get updates there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. It's always fun and easy to talk to you. And I'm looking forward to seeing you next week in Chicago. And we'll have you back for the next announcement, I'm sure.
Thank you very much for having me. And yes, very much looking forward to seeing you in person.
Now, stay tuned, REMPCs, because we'll be right back. Don't forget, everyone, that we have a wonderful giveaway of the Astral Ways book, which is the Metaplane book that's new from Shadowrun and Catalyst. And you can get a copy by typing hashtag REMPC in the chat right now to enter to win. And that is a free entry just by typing hashtag REMPC. You can also donate bits. Every 100 bits gets you an extra entry to win. Or you can subscribe to the Gen Con TV channel, which gets you 7 whole bonus entries. So for the cost of 5 entries, you get 7, 2 extra for free. So check that out, do the thing, and stay tuned because coming up next is the monthly one-shot show. And I'm very excited tonight because our team will be playing Blades in the Dark, and it's going to be run by Elizabeth, who is an absolute delight in the REM community. And so stay tuned, support her, support the team, and we'll be back with Rules of Cool next week. Bye, REM PCs.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell! Spell. She says spell like 92 times. You gotta feel it. Spell. 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 Spell.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. Took us me a little bit longer to get the transition over, but welcome to Blades in the Dark. And right above me is Elizabeth, who's going to run our game.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth. I am always everywhere at REM lately, so you've probably seen me before. I've been here a couple times as a player, and I'm excited to run this one shot for you. Blades in the Dark it runs on the Forged in the Dark system from Evil Hat Productions. We use D6s for our dice rolls. We are gonna go ahead and run into the background of the setting for everybody. The story takes place in Duskfall. The city itself was established about 1,000 years ago, and it started as a coal mining settlement on the cold north coast of Akros. It has withstood the breaking of the world, attacks by titanic leviathans, fires, plagues, ghosts, all sorts of things. The world itself was plunged into darkness when the sun shattered, and you only really get a dull burning glow at dawn and twilight. Because it's always dark, it's very cold, it's very windy, it's very rainy. The citizens are always bundled up in coats and scarves. A thick fog blankets the city at dawn and twilight, and it basically ruins visibility for everybody. If you're on the streets, most people will pile into bars or coffee shops to kind of wait it out. The city itself has an immense lightning tower ring around the whole city, and this keeps the ghosts in the Deathlands at bay. Every square foot of the city is covered in human construction of some kind. So there are buildings piled on top of one another with looming towers and sprawling manors and stacked row houses. And it is dissected with canals and narrow twisting alleyways. And they're all connected by a spiderweb of roads and bridges and elevated walkways. The city itself is broken into 12 different districts, and they each are kind of known for something different. If you're looking for like the Lord Governor, you would go to White Crown. If you were looking for something a little more risque, you would head to Silk Shore, that sort of thing. Duskfall is probably the most important city in the Imperium because the giant Leviathan hunter ships are launched from its port. These ships brave the northern reaches of the Void Sea to try to track down Leviathans to get their blood. And the blood is used it's refined into electroplasm, which is used for just so many different things. It's especially important in Duskfall itself because that is what is used to light the lightning rings around the city. Something that you hear, something that's very common is the death bells. Whenever somebody dies in the city, you hear a death bell in whatever district they died in. Once it has rung, it alerts the spirit wardens at the crematorium, and a flock of death seeker crows are released, and they go and find the body so that the spirit wardens can collect it and dispose of it properly. The spirit wardens are bronze masked hunters who seek and destroy rogue spirits, and they're very anti-spirit, so they want to collect the body as soon as possible and dispose of it so that the spirits don't rise. Real quick, we are going to go ahead and introduce all of the players who have decided to join me on this journey. So who are you and who are you playing? And we will start with next to me on my screen, which is Robin. Hi.
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm playing Argent, the spider. She's from a noble family and is rumored to have gained their power through demonic bargains, and she has learned to manipulate people from a young age to make them do business with her, even though she's demon cursed.
All right, and Max?
Hi, I'm Max. I am the technical director and content manager for Rem Alternis, and I am also part of Original Box Set. I am playing Mir Jadoon, tall, muscular, fair-skinned individual who has been wandering the dark shadows and streets of this unfair city for quite some time. He goes by a couple of well-versed names: Cross, Mr. Stabs. So, yeah, I stab things. You got a problem with that?
Yes. And no. Cassie?
Yeah. Hi, I am Cassie, and I am the other half of Original Box Set, and also the head alchemist at Pure Alchemy Soaps. And I am playing Half Moon Brennan, but all of my friends, and I have many of them, call me Moony, and I have been studying everything. I love this city. It's my favorite city. I love it here. I love all of the crows and the spirits and talking to ghosts and hanging out with them and, spending time with my demon besties. It's just, who would want to be anywhere else? Certainly not me.
All right. And Tom?
Hi, I'm Tom Teslon, and I'm the technical. Wow, geez, that was a while ago. I'm the special projects director at Rem Alternis, and for Gen Con TV right now, I do the behind the scenes stuff, building the overlays and doing graphic design for it. I'm also a Shadowrun Catalyst demo team member, so I go around to different conventions, doing Shadowrun missions and write some. I am playing Malthor, who he likes to blow things up. That's pretty much it. Nobody quite knows how he gained his skills. Part of it might be that they just don't bother asking anymore. But I have skills, and I like to solve problems with the judicious use of explosives.
All right. So all of my players are new to Blades in the Dark today. So we are going to kind of take this slow. We are going to go over rules as we need to. Because this is a one-shot and not a persistent campaign, there may be things that I allow just for fun. I told the players, for instance, normally crafting is done during downtime, but because I just kind of want them to have fun, they will be allowed to they will be allowed to attempt crafting during flashbacks if they want to. For my players and anybody else who's never played before, during the game, the players can use a variety of different methods to solve their problems. They can try to talk their way out of or into a situation if they need to. They can try to sneak past a situation they want to avoid, or maybe to follow someone. And then, there's always violence, because that's always fun.
Yeah, I can always blow stuff up. That's another option.
Exactly. Blowing stuff up is always an option.
Thank you.
It doesn't have to be an option, sometimes.
I mean, if you blow stuff up, then maybe you get more spirits to talk to.
I never thought of it that way.
See? Exactly.
I'm there. I'm there for you, Mooney. I'm there for you. I'm taking care of you.
They can also add dice to their rolls. Another player can offer to assist them. They can push themselves in exchange for taking on some stress. Or, my personal favorite, I can offer them a devil's bargain. Normally, for a devil's bargain, you get 1 dice plus a consequence. For today, though, I'm just going to have fun with it. So I might offer you maybe 2 dice if the consequences are kind of bad. Some examples of what you may have to take on is maybe you get an extra dice, but you have to betray a loved one or a player. Maybe a progress clock ticks down faster, or you start a new progress clock for something, or maybe you just take stress or cause stress to another player. Anytime I offer a devil's bargain, you absolutely do not have to take it if you think the consequences are too great. 100% up to you. You cannot push yourself and take a devil's bargain at the same time, though. You can also use flashbacks. Flashbacks can be used to help you in a situation. It is not a time travel, though, so you can't use it to undo something that just happened. So say you were arrested, you can't say, well, I want to have a flashback to yesterday where I killed this cop before you come and arrest me. It doesn't work like that. However, you can use it to kind of do something to set you up to assist you. So say you want to do a flashback to say you set up a distraction to help you sneak into someplace. We could absolutely do that. And then we would just kind of role play through and do dice rolls as to exactly what kind of distraction you wanted to set up. It may not always work, and it may actually cost you stress, but it'll be fun. So, if there's something you want to try, tell me. And if you can give me a good reason, I will absolutely let you try, because why not? So yeah, in the past couple of weeks around Duskfall, you may have heard a couple of things. If you were out and about during the Hour of Flame, which is between the early morning hours of 5 a.m. and 6 a.m., you might have heard a death bell toll, depending on where you were. You may have seen Deathseeker crows flying about. Or maybe you heard rumors. Some of the rumors that you might have heard could be some weird-looking people at weird hours wearing weird robes. You may have heard rumors about the murders that have been occurring, something odd about the way they were murdered, spirits are missing, that sort of thing. Whatever you've seen or heard is totally up to the individual character. Maybe you heard rumors while you were engaging in downtime activity. Perhaps you were out meeting a contact when you heard the death bell. Maybe you were warm in bed, asleep, and don't know anything. Totally up to you. But this is where we're going to start. Everybody, they have bravely let me create their characters and their crew. So we will see how this goes for everyone. I chose to make you guys a group of hawkers. Hawkers are typically vice dealers. Essentially, if somebody wants something, hawkers are the ones who find it. What did you guys decide to name your crew, by the way?
Oh. We're the spook boopers.
Spook boopers.
The spook boopers. Yeah, the spook boopers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Spook boopers. All right.
It's my name. It's a carryover from my old haunts, and I really liked the name. And when they invited me to come join their little club, I was like, well, fine, but I get to name it.
You see, we needed someone who knows about spirits. It's profitable business, So.
Spook boopers.
Yep.
All right. Well, you guys have a pretty good lair. It's located in the Night Market district.
The Night Market.
It is a very lovely place. It is, if you go to the Devil's Tooth Tavern in the Night Market district, and you go to the back where the storeroom is, there's a hidden hatch that leads down into your lair. It's down in the canals. Mistress Kemper, who runs and owns the Devil's Tooth Tavern, accepts a small fee to keep the hatch hidden, and she also acts as kind of an early warning if somebody comes in looking for you. You have a dock outside in the canals that also gives you underground water access to your lair, or quick escape if you need it. You do have access to your own gondola, and you normally keep it tied down. It's normally far enough away that it doesn't draw suspicion if somebody notices it, but close enough that you can get to it in an emergency. You guys have done really well for yourselves so far. When you first started, you were typical hawkers, just kind of whatever somebody needed you would get. But you've done so well, other factions have started to take notice of you. And this has allowed you to move into the more specialized market, which is the business of spirits.
I love that.
You execute the procurement and covert sales of captured spirits and spirit essences, as well as arcane implements that would assist someone when working with those. So essentially what this means is you find, trap, and sell spirits, their essence, and objects related to spirits to the highest bidder. Whether you steal the spirits yourself, whether you buy them, whether you have somebody kill them and take the spirit, it's totally up to you guys. I did mention you guys are criminals, right? I just want to make sure everybody knows. You guys are not shopkeepers. You guys are absolutely criminals.
So that means capturing spirits is illegal?
For the purposes that you guys do it for, yes. Most people want to destroy the spirits. The people who want to collect the spirits typically want them for nefarious reasons.
And blowing stuff up is illegal also, right?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Actually, no, it's quite legal.
You can't steal spirits, but you can blow somebody up. It's totally fine.
These laws make sense to me. I've lived with them all my life.
And you can stab people too. It's a new rule. We actually have our own list of laws in the lair.
That's kind of how I pictured Duskfall, is that, normally you have a city and it has like the seedy underbelly and then the rest of it's like really nice. This is kind of the opposite. The whole city is the seedy underbelly and you have like 1 or 2 districts that's really nice. Like crime free. And the rest of it's just kind of criminals all over the place.
Regular people doing regular things.
Exactly. A little spirit stealing never hurt anybody. Most of the
Let's be real. Most of these spirits come from criminals anyway. It's like...
you wouldn't be wrong.
Besides, they tried to attack you.
Exactly.
You were friendly to them and they attacked you.
Exactly. Self-defense always works. About 3 months ago, you met Rosalind, and Rosalind works for the Reclusive Dimmer Sisters. In fact, she's the only person from the Dimmer Sisters that you've ever met. Pretty much anybody. There are rumors that the Dimmer Sisters don't even really exist. They're just kind of a name. But nobody's been proven right or wrong on that. But she is the person who you have been talking to. Until recently, things have been going great. You started out kind of simple, a spirit here or there, and, maybe an arcane implement here or there. But whatever you guys were doing was working really well for you, and she really liked you, and you guys, never really had any issues. So she offered you a contract. And the way the contract works is they pay you up front for a particular piece of merchandise, whether it is a particular spirit they're looking for, an item, a book, whatever. They tell you what they want, you get it, bring it back to them. Everybody's happy. The first couple that you did were great, no issues. You guys were making some really good coin. And then things started to go downhill. She contracted you and paid you to obtain a prototype of a handheld spirit containment device. Now, normally spirit containment devices are something that you would need to build inside somewhere. It's too big for you to be able to move it around. And it holds many, many spirits, and it can be used for all sorts of different things. You can use it to maybe power something, just there's a bunch of different reasons that you would have one of these things. None of them are strictly legal. There's no real reason that a random person would need one of these things. And then there's also smaller things like amulets. There's an amulet that you can use to trap a spirit inside of it, things like that. This is just kind of like a smaller handheld device, similar to one of the big ones, just smaller. And that's what they wanted. You managed to track down a contact that agreed to steal the prototype from their employer and sell it to you. Now, whether you were actually going to buy it from them or you were going to rip them off and steal it, totally up to you. Either way, it didn't work. somebody managed to not only change your meeting time, but showed up pretending to be you and stole it out from under you.
That is so rude.
How dare they?
Exactly. You have not been able to figure out exactly who, why, or where this happened, but the Dimmer sisters are obviously disappointed. Rosalind contacted you to set up a meet with you because she wanted to discuss where you go from here. The Zimmer sisters have a reputation for not handling disappointment well, so you are all a little nervous. However, you have the meet set up in one of the private rooms in the Devil's Tooth. The Devil's Tooth is in the night market. The night market is it is the best place to go if you're going to trade illicit or arcane goods. It is dominated by commerce. There is a lot of wooden staircases and boardwalks and platforms leading you up to other shops. There's lots of wooden market stalls. And when you get to the Devil's Tooth, it looks very nondescript from the outside. It just has one big sign out in front that says Devil's Tooth Tavern. But when you get inside of it, it's actually really big. It's 2 stories. And when you walk in, it's very kind of posh and nice inside compared to what it looks like on the outside. Inside, there's a huge circular bar in the center of the room, and then to the left is a little stage, and there's always bands playing, so it's always very loud in there. There's music and glasses clinking and bottles being knocked up against each other. The wood floor is scarred from people dancing in front of the stage. It's very red and gold inside. They have booths along the back that are just like red leather banquet booths, and they have shimmery gold curtains that you can draw for privacy. Upstairs is kind of like a VIP private bar area, and Mistress Kemper has her office and her lab up there. And then in the back, there's the private storeroom where you go to get into your lair. And then there's also a door that leads to private rooms. And the private rooms are really comfortable. They have cushioned chairs and benches and couches and really nice tables. And pretty much within reason, anything goes back there. The owner, Mistress Kemper, is a very brightly flamboyant woman. She's short and stout and has bright red hair and bright green eyes. She has a bandolier that she had specially made as a belt, and it's very brightly colored, and she keeps samples of different alchemicals that she's created, and she hands them out to all of her customers as like little samples, and then you can go in the back rooms and purchase the ones that you like. But she leads, sorry, I don't know if you can hear that, but very loud motorcycle keeps driving by. She leads Rosalind into one of the private rooms for you. So do you guys, how would you guys show up? Would you be there on time waiting for her? Would you make her wait?
Oh, you would never make her wait. That's rude.
She's one of the Dimmer Switch sisters. Seems rather dangerous.
Oh, she's a very sweet woman, as long as you don't cross her. You know, I'm sure that we can work things out. I'm sure it'll be just
She's
fine.
a peer. One always meets with peers on time.
That's right. Always on time, Mr. Stabs.
Mr. Stabs. So everybody is already there when she gets there. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was probably the last one to show up, but I did show up because last time Mooney just got on my case about it, and it's not worth it.
Fair enough. All right. So Mistress Kemper, in her just flamboyantly dressed way, you can kind of hear her coming up the back hallway. Oh, can I get you a drink? What can I get you? And of course, Rosalind, being the professional woman she is, just asks for water as she's led into the room. And the room that you guys are in is very green. It's just like a very pretty emerald green. They have like really, really nice green, comfy couches and just a really nice like hardwood table. And it's just really like a comfortable room to sit in. She is about 5'4", and she has really, really like jet black hair cut really, really short, like a pixie cut. Brown eyes, and she dresses very professionally. She has a thick wool skirt, black boots, white button-up blouse, and then a really thick waistcoat. And she just comes in and sits down and stares at you for a moment. I was hoping we would never have to do this.
Well, no, one can't help, but unfortunately, this is where we're at. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for arranging this meeting with us today. I'm so excited.
Well, I wish I could say I was excited about this, but here we are. Would anybody like to explain to me what happened and where my merchandise is?
Do the three of us all look at Bomber? Or
Yeah.
The meat went wrong.
It's an easy way to answer it.
I mean, that we found the person who could do it.
Yeah.
yeah.
We set up
We
the
did
meat.
that.
We set up
did
the
that
meat.
too.
And someone found out about the meat and redirected it. We haven't found that person yet, but I'm interested in having one of my special conversations with the person.
You already did have the special conversation when you were drunk playing cards the other night.
Well, it happened. A point of contact, everything was compromised, and now it's gone. We haven't. You heard on the same point in time which we heard, so now here we are, explaining ourselves gracefully to you.
Graciously, even.
We're looking, as soon as this meet's over and you're satisfied, we're going to start putting our feet to the stone, heels on the gravel, start digging around, shaking up some people and asking questions. We've got contacts, right?
Of course.
Yep. Yes.
Many people in this town, that is true. That is true. Some of them even talk to me.
She looks at you all for a moment, and then I have been instructed to offer you a way to make up for this.
Generous indeed.
You have been quite helpful in the past, and we have not had any issues with you until now. So we would like to offer you the chance to make up for this most recent debacle. Should you succeed, we will pretend this loss never happened. If you refuse, just remember what the Dimmer sisters are capable of, and let's just say it would be better for you to take this offer.
Well, the last person I heard that crossed you lost at least 3 fingers, and then they lost many other appendages afterwards, but I think I would definitely like to keep my pinky for the time being. I do make many promises with it.
Well, I will present you with our offer, and then if you would like some time to talk it over, I can go to the bar and get a drink, and you can give me your answer after you've discussed it amongst yourselves, if that would make you more comfortable. And she kind of looks at the rest of you.
That sounds like a good idea. What's the offer?
We've been having issues, I guess you could say. Souls have been snatched It's cutting into our bottom line. It's making us look weak, and we can't have that.
Oh, no, we can't have that at all. Never. No.
Competition.
Exactly. I
We
don't know if you.
understand this.
I'm sure you do, especially since you now have someone who's taking your jobs from you. I don't know if you've heard the rumors that are going around. There's a rumor there's a new cult here. Creepy, even for the Dusk standards, which is saying a lot because there's some creepy people here. There's also been a string of murders, and the rumors are saying that the cult is responsible for these murders. Something about rituals needing blood and souls. The spirits of the recently deceased are nowhere to be found, which is concerning even to the spirit wardens. We would like you to find your way onto one of the scenes. I know you have your ways of looking at the supernatural. See if it's actually a ritual murder, or if it's just set up to scare people like that. We want to know if there's any reason to think this cult is responsible, and if they are indeed stealing these souls. If you do see that it is actually a cult, we want you to find and infiltrate them, and we want to know what they're doing. What are they doing with the souls? What are they planning? And to be clear, we don't really care about the cult per se. We want the spirits they have. We want any of the items that they are using. We want any of the tomes that they have. Anything dealing with the spirits, the arcane, or occult, we want you to take and bring back to us.
And all that.
Mm-hmm.
And all that, in exchange, we fall back into your good graces.
Yes. And anything else you find and you want to take and hawk, completely up to you. Anything you find is yours. We simply ask for information and the items that they have.
Well, I see this is a perfect and invaluable trade. Can't think of anything better.
Well, let's have a discussion after she left to go have something at the bar, but if we are going to have this conversation in front of her, then I think it's a great idea.
I'm just saying,
let's have the conversation.
I just want to get my opinion out there, you know?
Supposed to, keep our cards close to our chest, you know? That's how
I'm bad at cards, just as bad as Mr. Bombs.
I will go to the bar and have a drink. Let me know when you have a decision. And she gets up and leaves the room.
Bloody hell, I wish you would took it forever. And I set down the 2 bombs I've been holding and blow out the wicks that I've been holding back with my thumb and burning my fingers. And thank you. She just went on and on and on, threatening us. And Moni, you had to throw me under the bus like that?
Well, I did tell you that you should probably stop drinking and playing cards at the same time. Pick one or the other. We've had this discussion many times. Most of the time it's after you've already been drinking, but now you can't say that I didn't say it when you were sober.
All right. So does somebody have a contact where we can start hunting down this cult?
Yeah, we talked to Laroz of the Blue Coats. That's what we sought at. He knows us, we know him.
I also have a cousin who has her ear to the ground, as it were.
Someone. It's been a very long time since I've had been involved in a cult, but I don't mind joining another one.
Yes.
Called University.
that might work. I can talk to Eckert, but I'm not sure how well him and I are getting along. But I can give the corpse thief a try. And maybe Melista, the priestess, has heard something.
Well, I said what I'm going to say about this. I think it's fine. We should just do it. We need the sister's approval to do half the stuff in this city anyway, so I'll just see this as an opportunity to get back to work. Besides, whatever we do find, and lean in, not necessarily they know what we find. We can meter out some of the stuff, and then pander out a few bits and pieces as we go along, going, oh, look, we found more. This is going to cost some extra money. You know what I'm saying?
Hold some back in reserve.
Just a little bit.
Oh, I do
Fork
like
up
that
like
idea.
3/4 of it, and then give the last quarter out over the next course of a year to kind of keep us, put bread and wine on the table. You know what I'm thinking.
I do know what you're thinking, and I think that sounds like an excellent plan.
You might wish to put the bombs away before we tell
Oh, yeah.
Rosalind our decision.
Fair point. And I put them into the I've got a coat that's got like hundreds of pockets on it, hidden. So I stuff them in there and let's see. Okay, yeah, I had my hands like this so she couldn't see the bombs. Yep. All right, I'll stay like that.
You should probably have a frown on as well.
All right.
You look so cute when you frown like that, and your little dimples show. And she does like the little pinchy thing over her.
I'm kind of thirsty too. I think I might want to go down and see if Mistress Kemper's got a drink for me. I'll bring some back up. I'll get Mrs. Rosalind's attention. Who wants something?
Yeah. You know me. You know what I want.
Yep. All right. Argent, you want a drink? Argent.
Oh.
Argent, wake back up. Wake up. I go over and shake
Sorry.
her to wake her up.
No, erase that. No, she was sort of looking glazed and like, oh, no, I never drink alcohol.
Oh, it's water. With his water. You want some water.
Only if I can doctor it a little.
You do whatever you
Don't
want
ask.
to do it.
I would like a surprise, please.
A surprise.
Yes, please. I would like a surprise.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I will step out and adjust myself. I've got a very large, heavy coat on, but I don't wear anything on under the coat so that, one, I have a very powerful physique, and I know it, and I like to use that to, like, intimidate people because I'm strong. So, I always try to show off my muscles, and you can't see really where my hands are at sometimes because the sleeves are really bulky, but that's also a nice way to hiding things like brass knuckles, knives, and spikes, and pieces of metal, pipes. So I head down to the stairs to find Mistress Kemper and Rosalind. Order us all some drinks, get it onto a tray, inform Rosalind we've made a decision, and that we're ready to see her when she's free.
Okay. She is sipping more water at the bar, and Mistress Kemper is there with her, trying to offer her some of her samples, which is not going very well because Rosalind is very straight-laced and will not actually take them. But she sees you, she hears you, she nods, and she grabs her water. She thanks Mistress Kemper and follows you when you have your drinks.
I smile at Mrs. Kemper, reach over and make a hand gesture to one of her tiny little pouches that produces a fold of brown paper and whatnot. I take it and drop a coin on the counter as I'm sliding that folded piece of paper into my inner coat pocket. I give her a wink and blow her a kiss.
She returns the wink and the kiss, and then goes back to schmoozing the rest of the customers.
I head upstairs and I walk around the room, setting a drink down for Mooney. Here you go. One for Malthar. Here you go. I walk over and set down the cup of water in front of Argent and pull out the tiny packet of paper, slide it over. Water with special ingredients as requested.
It's almost a miniature lightning rod that I stick in and stick it next to the light, produces a spark, take it out.
Shrug, walk over, sit down with my beer bottle, smash the top of it to pop off the cap and start drinking.
So you all have an answer for me?
Of course.
Uh,
We will take the job.
Wonderful. I don't know what else I can offer you as far as information. We don't know much, only rumors. But do you have any other questions for me before I leave this place?
The other day, I was hooked up with me mate and we were having a chit chat. And you say there's not been any, there's been murders and stuff, no spirits. But I could have swore I heard death bells the other day. You know anything about? I mean, I wasn't there. I heard them, but
There have been 5 murders so far. The bodies were found from what I heard, very odd scene. But the spirits were nowhere to be found. The body, from what I've heard, the body was there long enough that the spirit should have risen, and there was no evidence of a soul anywhere.
you can't do that kind of stuff.
You can't.
I mean, that doesn't make any sense. They're supposed to leave on their own, right?
That's the normal way of doing things, yes, but there are many ways of accomplishing a task, especially when it comes to souls.
This, of course, answers the reason why we're called the Spook Boopers.
Sometimes you just gotta.
So, these murders, but do you know anything about the last time the death bell was rang?
So the last death bell was rang yesterday.
Right, and that's the one I'm talking about.
It rang out about sometime between 5 and 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
It was in. Hold on, I know where it was because I wrote it down. It was found in 6 Towers in Mist Shore Park.
Oh, I'm familiar with 6 Towers.
And from what I heard, it was like the other ones that were found. There was a circle of some kind with weird symbols painted, but not really painted around the circle. The body was in the center. Something weird about the blood. I'm not entirely sure what. The whole thing was very odd from what I was told. But all of the bodies were found in the same way, just in different locations.
And where were these other locations?
The first body was found in Silkshore, and nobody really saw much of it because, it's Silkshore. The second body was found in Char Hollow at the market. The third body was found in Coleridge at the old rail yard. The fourth body was found right here in Night Market at the hound races. And then the fifth was at 6 Towers in the park.
Interesting. Patterns. Next
What?
should be the Brightstone. Next should be the Brightstone or White Crown, if the pattern holds.
What are you going on
Fascinating.
about?
Patterns.
Oh, just trying to map possibilities in my mind.
Why
Interesting.
not put in Charter Hall? That one's kind of central,
Because they're going around in a circle to come back in. It's a spiral. It's a spiral, my dear Mr. Stubbs.
Yeah, spirals.
There,
Lot do the thinking.
There is no pattern as far as who is being targeted. Some are female, some are male. One was older, one was younger. So there isn't really any way to tell who the next victim will be.
Well, I mean, as far as the 5 that have been yanked about, any names for them? Maybe there is something in some of these spiral smarty pants we got around here is going to know something or two.
I came up with a lot of things. I did not think about naming the bodies, so give me a second and I will have names for you.
Well, congratulations. You definitely should look into a fantasy fake name generator.
That's what I normally use. They have a bunch of names in the book, though, and I like the weirdness of the names in the book, but I will do that.
I also have one called Rinkworks, and I will drop the link to you here in the chat. It's a good one. It's one I've used quite a bit. It's got some nice fantasy-looking names.
So, they were all random male, female. There were no children. They were all at least of the age of 18. But their ages, their nationalities, everything was random. It didn't look like a particular type of person was targeted.
Mostly, my character I would note patterns. I'm going to recognize a pattern and stuff. My character's not going to notice anything.
But my character will recognize a pattern, so...
Yeah, so like lifestyles, whether they're happy or sad, those kind of things are definitely something that might not be on an obituary.
Whether they were feeling a little culty.
Or, they might have been feeling a little culty. That would be something that we'd have to investigate. But saying, yes, you have the names, that means we can just seek them out later if we really want to go down that rabbit hole.
I do have names for you, if you want them.
All right.
The first person that was killed was a gentleman by the name of Eli Haskins. The second one was a woman named Esmeralda Litwick. The third was another woman named Tanya Higgins. The fourth...
That's funny. I have a cousin named Tanya Wiggins.
Oh, dear.
Continue.
The next was a man named Joaquin Vanderbilt. And the last one, I need one more name. Lana Delmar.
I can't understand.
Are you sure it wasn't Alina?
I'm hearing Atlanta.
Lana, Lana. Lana Delmar.
Lana?
Yes.
Man, what am I missing?
No, it's Lana. It's
okay.
Hard.
Sweet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Coming now. Yeah. See what you get.
That is true. Yeah.
What was the last name? I'm sorry.
Delmar, Delmar.
All right, I'm good. We're done.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay, so those are the 5 people that were killed. And then she doesn't really have a whole lot more information for you. The blue coats aren't telling her much more than that. To be completely honest, they're kind of stumped because it's just weird, and they don't really do well with weird. And especially because the first one was in Silkshore, they didn't really pay attention to it. They just thought, it's Silkshore, some weird vice thing was happening. And
bloody hell, Joaquin owed me 2 coin.
Oh, you knew that
dead.
one. What? Did you know anything about him? Do you think he might have been a bit culty?
Maybe he was a bit culty.
Only played the game with him, but I can. There was someone else in the game I can reach out to, talk to them. But we got any other questions for this busy lady? I don't want to keep her here longer than she needs.
don't have any questions.
I know. I think we can discover anything else we need on our own.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
I do have a message for you from your cousin, Stephen. You remember the one who hanged himself 2 years ago?
yes.
Oh, and that he wishes that he could be there. So, and then she leans in and whispers something very weird in your ear. Yes, he said that it was very important for you to know, and that you would understand.
Thank you, I think.
You're very welcome.
I'm standing up. I've got my beer bottle. I'm walking over the door. Miss Rosaline, it is a wonderful time for you to come meet with us. We greatly appreciate your patience and your grace that you have bestowed upon us as this opportunity to fix the error of all ways. Let me show you out so that you may be able to leave the abode and not be harassed by Mistress Kemper on her way out. I'll take that cup very much, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You all know how to reach me if you need me for anything. And she gets up and follows you.
And
I will escort her out and be a gentleman the entire time, even though I look like a punk gutter trash.
And I think we're at a pretty good spot to take our first 5-minute break between scenes. So, this week, we've got Astro Ways to as the giveaway. Type in hashtag RemPC or give bits or do your resubscribe to Gen Con TV while you're watching us or subscribe brand new. All those things give you a chance to earn RemPC. Also, there's one other thing we are talking about this week, and I'm going to pull up the information. Is they did a Humble Bumble, I
do that too.
a Humble Bundle for Shadowrun, for all the Shadowrun 5 ebooks, and that link is being dropped in the chat right now. So be sure to take a look at that. Those are always great things to donate to. And we'll be back in 5 minutes.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Okay.
Hey, folks, thanks for sticking around. And, well, first thing, I need some of my thinking juice.
Good thing I already came pre-juiced.
I did not realize that was this was that kind of party. Otherwise, I would have had my thinking juice as well.
Oh my goodness.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about, like, this kind of thinking juice?
Yes.
Yes,
Would have had
that.
my own.
Right. This is the good kind of thinking juice.
So,
I wonder if I could have my thinking juice delivered. Anyway, sorry. What were you saying?
so who do we roust first?
Well, I suppose, I could talk to my bestie, my best friend, my best lady demon, Satara.
Yes. I'm going to go talk to my cousin, who is Salia, the information broker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first?
Does.
What?
It said Robin does.
Jeez, Mooney, you are throwing everyone under the carriage wheels tonight, aren't you?
Yeah. So, I guess I'm going first.
I mean, I can. I don't mind. Like, I was just kidding.
No, I'll go first.
Okay.
All right. So, what's an upper class district?
You would be looking at Brightstone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Probably
not-
Brightstone.
Yeah, not White Crown, but Brightstone.
Mhm.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Are you visiting her at her house or business?
I think we probably both we see each other socially, but when I come to her business, she knows it's business.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, and we try not to mix business with family interests, family
That's
affairs.
probably a good idea.
Yes.
All right. What kind of? I know she's an information. Is it she?
Yes.
Okay. I know she's an information broker, but where do you think her office would be found? What kind of business do you think she would be found in?
Probably an apothecary.
Okay.
They see all sorts of people come in, and she engages in gossip, and it's a good cover for exchanging information.
I like it. Okay, cool. So you are you going by yourself, or are you guys going around as a group?
Oh,
That would be a decision we would let her make.
yeah.
Like, hey, don't come with me to meet my contact scenario.
I think Salia would be okay, but she's also planning on breaking into the archives later.
We all break into places together.
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
a team of criminals.
We do stuff together. It's team building.
Audrey,
but-
you can't really hedge us out of your life like that. We're all in this together. We got to make these decisions together.
Are we not your friend?
We're not friends. We work together. It's like,
I'm your friend.
you're right. I'm your friend too.
We're friends. Well,
Right.
Why won't you love me?
friend, be my friend.
I'm your friend, Mooney. I'm your friend.
Okay.
We're your friend. We're your friend. Please.
All right. So, and she'd probably take the gondola. That's her signal that we're talking business.
All right. So what time of day do you think you head out to go over there?
Probably about an hour before she officially opens her business.
Okay. All right. So you roll up I would say she probably opens about like 9 or 10 in the morning.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. So probably 8.
So you show up about 8 o'clock. She is inside getting things ready for the day. Do you have a key or do you knock on the door?
I do a
Okay. Recognizing that is your knock, she will immediately go and unlock the door. Oh, good morning. Come in.
morning, Thalia.
Is everything all right?
Worse than usual, apparently.
Oh, what's going on?
Well, apparently there have been a series of murders recently. And I'm certain you've heard something about this.
Yes, I have. It's horrible what people are capable of.
Yes. Well, apparently it's even worse. The spirits have been missing. Even
I've
though
heard
the
rumors.
bodies. Yes. So what I'm looking for is just any information or where to look. Not information on not so much information on the scenes, but on the people. Their ages, their general status. I'm trying to find a pattern here.
Right. Yeah, I can absolutely help with that. I haven't. I have some of the names. This last victim, though, I don't know. Do you have her information? Because I don't know that yet.
Yes, she was Lena Del Mar.
Okay. And she writes that down. And she goes back into her office, and she's looking through files and looking on the computer, and it looks like Eli liked his Women of the Night a lot. He was a constant. He was constantly seen in Silkshore. So it wouldn't be odd for him to be there. He apparently doesn't live in Silkshore, however. It looks like he lives in, and she's looking through more information. It looks like he lives in Crow's Foot, maybe? Yes, it looks like he lives in Crow's Foot. But you would think that he's lives in Silkshore. He's there so much, especially in the evenings. He's in his late 20s. He's about 27. He is a laborer in one of the plants. He's not especially wealthy, but he's not really poor either. Is there anything else that you would want to know about him?
Where were his ancestors from? What's his heritage? If you know.
It looks like he's a I cannot say this word tonight to save my life. A Corrosian. It looks like his family is from here.
Yes. All right, good. Thank you. And for the rest? And we don't have to play out everything. Okay.
But she essentially tells you they are all between the ages of 20 and 32, except for Tanya. Tanya was a little bit younger. She was 19.
Right.
They all were kind of middle class, except for Joaquin. Joaquin was actually a lawyer, and he lived in Brightstone. So they there's nothing really in their background that ties them all together. It maybe looks like it was more a opportunity, whoever they could get their hands on.
And they were all from different districts, but killed in the district they spent most of their time in.
Correct. Yes. And then they're also all of different backgrounds. It's not just one particular background.
Yes. Interesting. Should be a pattern, but I'll have
They all
to
had
see.
What if they all
See
had
later.
places?
I'll have to see if I can find it. Thank you. At
Of
least I
course.
know more.
Of course. If there's anything else that I can do, please let me know.
Oh, yes, I will, but not with this next bit.
Okay. Well, be safe. Whatever it is that you're into, be safe and come back when this is all over and tell me about it.
I will.
Okay.
And she pulls the hood of her cloak forward as she walks out.
Okay. Who's next?
That would be me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Who are you visiting?
I'm going to Charter Hill to visit Mercy. It's a kind of a strange name to have when you're a cold-blooded killer, but that's
Okay.
what he likes to go by. Me, personally, I like Mr. Stabs.
I also like Mr. Stabs.
Amongst
Are
the
you-
blue...
Oh, are you
there's-
going by yourself?
No, hell no. This is the cold-blooded killer.
Mr. Stabs is at least honest.
I'm an honest killer.
All right. What time are you going? What time of day are you going?
I don't know what fits well with the narrative right now.
After we talk to our
Yeah,
morning.
exactly.
It's mid-morning.
It's mid-morning.
We're going out. We're making a
going
day
out,
of it. We're
Making
talking.
a day of talking to a bunch of crazy people.
And since he's a cold-blooded killer, he probably does most of his work at night in the darkness, so he's probably
Exactly.
asleep.
Or
All
he's
right.
at a pub. Is it that time of day when the sun's just now coming up? Because he'd be at a pub.
If
Sleeps at a pub.
it's mid-morning, no, the sun has already burned through and it's back to being dark.
Okay, so most likely then can find him still hanging around a pub or being asleep. So
Okay.
But I know where one of his haunts is in Charter Hill. So that's where we're
Okay.
going.
All right. Where would he normally be in Charter Hall?
Charter Hall. A pub.
Okay.
What's the pub's name?
What's the pub's name? Oh, that's what I'm being asked.
Yeah.
There might be actually a pub there, but I will double check. But yes, if you would like to name the pub,
I
feel
do
free.
want to name the pub.
Have at it.
Places and locations. Bar names? No.
Yeah.
I don't see a bar name.
Oh.
I don't see a pub either, so give me a second. That's what I'm looking for. Nightclubs. Terrible. Ugh. Man, the first thing that popped in my mind is the Tank and Spank.
The Raven's Wing.
Yeah, we're gonna go with that one. I don't want to think about why the other one popped in your head right now. So we're just gonna go with the other one.
What's
That
the
one
place
is
where
more
you-
suited to Silk Shore.
Fine. We're moving it to Silk Shore because I want to call it a Tank and Spank, where you get tankered
sorry.
up and do some spanking. I'm keeping this
I'm
as
sorry, Tom.
PG-13 as possible. I'm trying. It's not easy for me. Silk Shore, Tank and Spank. I'm done.
All right. So
We gotta go to Silk Shore. I say we take the gondola.
You know, you're gonna
There's a
get
pub over
fired
there.
as
He likes-
producer, dude, if you keep going this way.
I'm sorry. I'm never going to be asked back here again.
That was a joke.
He likes
Max.
he likes to haunt out a place called the Tank and Spank.
I'm sorry, the what?
Tank and Spank. It's a place where you can get some good brew.
I
All right.
among other things.
So is everybody going? Or just a couple of you?
I'm Malthor is getting is drinking some thinking juice and getting himself ready for what he's going to do.
Okay.
Because he's got to do it solo.
Okay.
I think
So he'll hang back.
Argent's going to go with Mr. Stabs because she knows what she's generally looking for.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I feel very flustered about hearing the name of this establishment, and it's quite concerning.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna try to reach out to Satara, that's probably a solo conversation too. I can't imagine that the demon would want you to bring your friends to the conversation. So Argent and Mr. Stabs.
All right, well, you two have fun now. Don't get.
All right. So you guys.
Which one do you prefer, getting tanked, or the other one, which we can't say out loud for PG purposes?
I find it's best not to ask a gentleman that.
Appreciate that.
Oh, you are no fun at all. Oh, well, have fun. Or something. Goodbye. Tell us good luck.
I'll guide the gondola.
Tell Mercy.
I will guide the gondola over to Silkshore.
All right. Showing up, you tie the gondola up, exit, and make your way to the bar.
It probably takes a little bit to get there. I mean, considering Night Market's location and Silkshore on the map.
Yes, it is. It is a very big area, so it does take you a little while to get there. You would bump into other gondola drivers who they're basically taxi drivers, just they use gondolas. But other than that, going through the canals, you won't really run into much traffic or resistance. So while it does take you a little while to get there, it's a fairly easy row. So I would say you probably got there, depending on how fast you're rowing. I'm going to say like maybe an hour.
Okay.
So there's not really much going on, and you didn't really get stopped at all. So we'll say about an hour.
I wasn't speeding, so the blue coats didn't have a reason to pull my boat over.
Exactly. All right. So you show up, and he is there sitting at the bar getting tanked.
I walk up and I make gestures to Argent to kind of stand back in an angle so that she is to one side of Mercy, and I move up to the other side of Mercy, and I'm going to slide up onto the bar, but I'm not sitting, I'm just standing, and I'm going to lean onto the bar and get into his peripheral view and wait for either the bartender to notice me or for Mercy to look in my direction.
Okay. The bartender notices you first. What do you have?
I turn to face only the bartender and I order a beer.
Right. Comes back a minute later, set your beer down, and it's just a couple silver.
Pay up. I probably hang out for just a second or two, take a sip, and I go, "You've been doing a little extra work around?" Not looking at Mercy.
Hearing your voice, Mercy kind of turns his head just slightly to get you better in his peripheral vision. I'm just trying to enjoy my drink. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what you're doing running all over town, stabbing people and drawing weird-ass cryptic circles. Weird cryptic circles. Oh, I'm always drunk. You know that, Mercy.
I'm a killer for hire. I don't go around playing in crayons on the floor.
Well, then who is? You heard anything? I'm trying to find this person. They took out someone of interest to me.
Are you trying to
Sway.
You were trying to sway. Okay. Okay. Give me a sway roll.
I don't have any dice in it, so what
That's
happens?
So we are going to do, you will click on it. The position is going to be controlled because nothing's really going to happen right now, I don't think.
Right.
Standard effect.
But
And then
is Argent providing an assist?
Yes.
Not yet.
Being there.
Not to sway. I mean, to sway is like to be friendly, and I'm being friendly
okay.
right now, right?
Okay. You do get one bonus die because of your crew. You get to add one to any command, consort, or sway rolls. So in the bonus die, you can add one.
What is the effect again?
What did I say? I don't remember.
Controls?
I don't either. Hold on.
Is that one of the...
Yes.
Control for the first one.
Controlled, and then the effect is standard.
Standard.
Mm-hmm.
And bonus dice is 1.
Yep.
So hit submit.
Yep.
And something happens.
So you rolled a 3. You don't succeed. He's not really feeling very friendly right now, and he does not buy that you are genuinely feeling friendly towards him. So he just kind of looks, and I know what you're trying to do and it's not going to work. I don't know anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Can I please have my drink in peace?
I feel like I want to push him because I don't like him and he doesn't like me. So now I'm going to switch from sway to command. I'm going to be like, you're not dumb. You know what the hell's going on in the streets. A man died in Silk Shore not too long ago. This is one of the territories you normally run around and do your little dance. So I know you know something, and you ferry around just as much as I do. I want you to tell me what you know as far as the death of Eli here in Silk Shore, or any of them.
Okay.
Argent is very conspicuously starting to pull a weapon.
Okay.
Now I have a clock that adds a dice to command.
Yes.
What is that?
So because you are hawkers, you get to add a dice to any command, consort, or sway rolls up to 3.
Sweet.
So what we're going to do is the position is going to be risky now because you are kind of trying to intimidate him in a place that he is well known. This is his local haunt. These are his kind of people. So it's going to be risky. And then we're going to do standard effect again. And then you can change the bonus die to 2 because I'm going to take Argent's pulling a weapon as assistance. And you get the +1 for command, so you can add 2 to your bonus dice.
Sweet. All right, hit and submit.
Okay. So the highest roll is a 5, so you succeed. He is for a 5, it's a partial success. So you do succeed. He is rather intimidated, but he also doesn't want to lose face in front of all of these people that he's used to hanging out with. So he is intimidated, but he stands up and starts to pull a knife, but just enough so that you can see it. And he says, I know what you're trying to do, and I'm telling you, I don't know nothing. I didn't have anything to do with these killings. I don't know who killed Eli. And for your partial success, he is telling the truth. He did not actually kill Eli, and he does not know. But he is kind of threatening you because you kind of got in his face, and now he has to save face in front of all his people.
I will pick up my beer, tap his glass, turn and leave with my companion Argent, and say nothing else to Mercy.
Okay. Is there anything you want to do? Anything else that you want to do?
I don't think there's any other benefit at this point in time other than going to the site of the murder for Eli and maybe doing some walking around and looking.
Okay.
Other than that, I can't think of anything. Argent?
Yep, that's what Argent would agree. Because that might give her more data.
Okay, we'll circle back to that. So, Cassie or Tom, who wants to go next?
Go.
Okay.
Okay. So as they leave, I'm waving goodbye. I'm so disappointed that you didn't say hello to Mercy for me, but that's okay. She'll figure it out. Rude. But yes, so Moon is going to see her very good friend, a very wonderful and beautiful Satara demon.
Where do you go to summon Satara?
Ooh. So I go back, I go back around into our secret lair. And inside the secret lair, I have my own room. Because that's how I wanted it. I wanted to have my own room with my own things. Because every single time I leave, somebody would move something of mine, and I know it wasn't the spirits because they would tell me if they moved something of mine. And so I made my own room. And inside my room, I have a secret room that I made myself with the help. Well, I got the spirits to help me shoveling and stuff because these hands aren't made for manual labor. And so I have a secret summoning room, and I with fancy fun pillows that I stole from upstairs because they can afford to get cushion replacements, and sometimes theirs are nicer than what I would find elsewhere in the night market. So I have my space. I put on my summoning tea kettle because we share our tea, and I have everything put together. And then that's where my tub is too, by the way. So I have my tub, but I don't think I'm going to be summoning those kinds of spirits today. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way with the circle.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in, with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
All right. As the summoning ritual is complete, Satara kind of comes into existence in the circle. What does Satara look like?
Oh, she is, so there was a word that I had. Just give me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
Dang it! And I was thinking of this word.
Sorry.
Expletives! No, you're okay. It's my fault that it slipped my mind. Anyway. She is disturbingly beautiful.
Okay.
Yes.
Disturbingly beautiful.
Disturbingly beautiful, with skin that just crackles in very interesting ways as she breathes, and whenever she looks at you, you think that her eyes glow a little in these weird, beautiful, haunting spirals, and her horns come out in this beautiful waves that they seem to undulate and form in unusual ways as she comes into being. Like, she decides how she wants them to look as she appears. She looks like a disturbing, haunting, and it has maybe she has a few extra appendages for funsies.
All right.
Yes. Today, though, she's very red. She's very red and bright and beautiful, and I love her.
All right. So the beautiful and red Satara comes into being in this circle. Why have you summoned me again?
Why can't we just have a lovely chat? I've missed you so much.
We did that last week.
I know we're only supposed to see each other once every full moon, but I just couldn't wait to gaze upon you again. Also, I have some need of assistance, if you wouldn't mind.
What do you need?
Well, here's the thing, my dear. There have been a rash of murders in the city. Isn't it exciting?
It is delightful.
Yes, but this time they are different. They have culty vibes. Don't you know? I'm using that word that you told me, vibes.
Very good use of that word.
Thank you. I am learning so much from you. Also, they seem to be doing things quite ritualistically, so maybe, perhaps, there might be some demonic fun things happening too. Isn't that wonderful?
It would be if I was the demon involved.
Oh, I thought that you were going to surprise me.
Unfortunately not. Nobody asks me to join the fun cults anymore.
Either. It's quite stressing.
It is. I have heard whispers. There is a cult, if that's what you want to call it. They think they are doing one thing, but they're really just foolish. They're summoning a demon, a higher demon, one that was locked away many, many years ago. What?
Do you like the way they...
You're breaking up, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Can you hear me good?
I can. I can hear you now. Okay.
Yes. Is it one that you locked away, dear?
Not me personally, but I can promise you it is not one that you want being released in your world.
Disappointing. Well, do you have a name or what people call it or something?
The name is Anriz.
Onriz. That sounds...
And it's one of the originals and quite nasty, if you ask me. I like to have fun and you know, ritual murder is enjoyable, but he will enslave all of you and it will not be pleasant. The cult is trying to do some sort of a ritual that will open a door.
Notice that they have been ritually killing someone in every district of the city in a counterclockwise formation.
Yes. The ritual, from what I know, they need a certain amount of spirits to open the door, and then they need a what do you call it? A battery kind of souls to power the device once it's built. And then they use the other souls to open the door. But I don't know much more than that. I'm not sure who is really behind it. I don't know much about the actual cult. I just know that that's what they're doing.
Well, Andres, the original. sound like a very original name to me, if I must say. I would think that if he was one of the originals, he would have much more dramatic sounding name. Perhaps he should workshop that.
He's not very impressive, even though he thinks he is.
Still trying to enslave us all?
Yes.
Ah. Fun. No fun at all, I say. None of these cults are enjoyable anymore. I think that perhaps if you would like, we could start our own cult. Would you like that?
I would. The good old days, you know. I miss the good old days. If you want to start a cult and worship me, I will allow you to worship me in all my beautifulness. I didn't hear anything you just said.
Is it?
Is your sound suppression on?
No, I don't. How would I find?
Let's see. Go to the other thing. Not this. The big thing. Not the pop out. Okay, perfect. Go there. Oh, no, you messed it up. Go back to the thing that we were.
I can hear you now.
I know, we're checking something. Go back to the thing
I
where
know.
you were. Go down to the up. That.
So while they're working on the sound stuff,
Okay, good. No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure that was off.
when she leaves the room, Malthor would wait a few minutes, make sure she's made it into her secret room that she thinks I don't know about, but studying is one of my things, so I know about it. And then I would go into a room and I would turn 3 things 20 degrees. Then I'd walk back out.
I kind of want to make you roll like a finesse roll for that, but I'm not going to. So is there anything else you want to say to Satara
Yes.
or ask her? Okay.
Yes, so I said every day that I could see her worship her beauty every day.
If you want to gaze upon my beauty every day, I will allow you to start a cult in my name.
I will wonderful.
Make a note. The cult of Satara is now a thing.
Okay, so go. Actually, I do have one more question regarding the ritual murder. Do you have any idea on which section of the town they will be doing the ritual murder in next, based on the formation of bodies that we have found thus far?
I could guess probably either Brightstone or Charter Hall, but I really can't say. As far as I know, the ritual doesn't necessarily call for any kind of pattern where the bodies are found. It's more about how the person is killed and taking the spirit and some of the blood.
Of course. In theory, I know how to remove a soul from a body. I haven't tried it myself yet, but I have studied it in several books. Do you think they are using a certain method, or are they just being fisted about the whole thing?
There is. It hasn't been seen for generations. I don't even know that this is what they would use. There's a blade that is rumored to be able to separate the spirit from the body, essentially ripping the spirit from the person as they are killed. It said that the blade will store the soul until such a time as it can be put into a vessel.
I was thinking about suction tubes. But a blade would work as well.
She kind of thinks for a minute. Suction tubes could work. That's a good idea. Anyway, you were saying, I'm sorry. I can't hear you again.
Do 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 do. Is this plugged in?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Unplug it.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I wonder why. I think
And-
it's because
Hmm?
I think it's because I'm too high pitched when I talk.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah, it
you can get it as close as you want to it.
Yeah.
I will talk at a distance. I'm good at that.
Well, I would say that we are quite finished. Unless you want to stay and chat for a little while longer. I do love our chats. Would you like some tea?
Oh, well, I would love to. You know I love our little chats, but I have souls to torture and demon things to do, so I need to get back and do those things. But next time, definitely, we can talk about the cult you want to start. In my honor.
I will definitely let you in on my progress when we meet again.
Delightful. And she kind of bows and fades back out.
And I kind of sigh and fall back into the pillows and be like, I think she likes me.
And as you do that, you notice that all of your belongings have been turned just so while you were doing that.
Yeah, when I leave out, yeah. I'm walking out with and thinking dreamily of time with my favorite demon, and it'll come out and yeah, my face just kind of like pinches up. Who has been moving my things again? Oh, insufferable. And I turn to position everything back to make sure that the tiny ley lines that she has running through her room are reconnected once again. The threads, they're not really ley lines, they're ley threads.
Is there anything else that you want to do before we move to Tom?
Oh, I think I'm good.
All right, Malfoy.
Okay. After moving the stuff around and taking a moment to enjoy that, I finish off my thinking juice. And then I head off in search of Eckard the Body Thief. If we know of 6 killings, I'd be willing to bet there's more than just 6.
5 so far.
Sorry, 5.
All right.
But we know of them, but I'd be sure there's more than that. And Eckard would be the one that would know.
Okay. Where would you typically find Eckard?
Well, he's a body thief, so either at a funeral or near a graveyard, but I don't quite know where he is now.
Okay.
But since he does supply a lot of the apothecaries with raw materials, I am going to head to my friend, assuming roll 20 is good. There it is. Roll 20 is going to be nice to me finally. And let me pull it up. I'm going to head to my friend, Strezzy, who's an apothecary.
Okay. Where are you going to Strezzy's shop, or are you meeting them somewhere?
At this point I probably would have to meet them at the at the Ravenswood Inn and buy them a drink. Buy her a drink.
Okay.
At this time
All
of
right.
night or this time of day.
Okay. When you get there, she's already at the bar waiting. Did you reach out ahead of time and have her meet you, or do you just know that she's there?
I would just know that she's there at this time of day. I walk up behind her and I put the coin in front of her to pay for whatever she's got. Looking lovely and savvy, Stasi.
She kind of turns to look over her shoulder. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Since you bought me a drink, you can at least sit down next to me. Maybe have one with me?
Never. I never refuse a chance to have more thinking juice.
Wonderful. So, what are you doing here this time of day?
Well, don't know if you got myself into a bit of a kerfluffle with the sisters. So I'm trying to work
that was
something
not very
out.
smart.
Yes. Mooney already laid into me about that. Threw me under the carriage wheels in front of the sister. It was the representative. It was not a pretty meeting. Almost burned my thumbs off. While they went on about it.
Did you have bombs in your lap?
Of course I had bombs in my lap. You're the only one I don't have bombs in my lap with. Lit bombs in my lap with. But
well, I'm glad to see you didn't blow yourself up.
No. I blow up what's supposed to blow up. That's the key. Maybe sometimes it's a little louder than it should be, or knocks down a building it shouldn't, but no. What blows up is what I want to blow up. But anyways, so you heard about the bodies that have been dropping?
I have. Nasty business.
It is. I was thinking that if those bodies drop, those are just the ones found. So I was wondering if you heard if Eckerd had a surplus of supplies lately. Raw materials that he's looking to unload.
When bodies drop, typically the spirit wardens are on top of it.
I'm looking for the ones that he got to before they got there. And if he knows about that, he can, or maybe he knows.
I haven't seen him very much lately. The last time I saw him was probably last week, and he did have some stuff that was pretty rare. So I would think that he's probably gotten to some bodies recently. I haven't seen him in the last week, though, so I don't know for sure. Last I heard, he had this harebrained scheme. He was going to try to break into the crematorium and try to get bodies from the wardens. Doesn't seem like a smart idea, but I don't know if it's because he just hasn't had any bodies to farm lately, or if he's just getting ballsy.
Well, I haven't put him in his place in a while. So he might need to get put back in his place.
I always enjoy seeing him get knocked around a little bit.
I'm thinking it's time. All right, around the crematorium.
Yeah, and he has that workshop down in the canals. I don't know if you knew about that, but he has his workshop down in the canals under Crowsfoot.
Crowsfoot.
Yeah.
Another coin pops out and lands in front of her.
Oh, thank you.
That love. was definitely worth another drink. But
I love when you come around. I always get lots of drinks.
I'd love to spend more time here watching you drink them. But I've got sisters to placate.
Understandable.
So I get up from there, give her a kiss on the cheek, and spin dramatically, and letting that big coat flare a little bit as I try to walk to the door. And that would be in a finesse roll, wouldn't it?
It would be a finesse roll.
To show off a bit. And okay, so click finesse.
Controlled and standard.
Controlled, standard. Any bonus dice because I've had a lot of thinking juice.
You know what? Just for the hell of it, yeah. Why not?
Okay.
Let's see how good the thinking juice helped you out.
Yep.
Hey.
Ooh.
Very nice roll. Yeah, you exactly what you want to do. You are feeling good. That thinking juice has limbered you up, and you've impressed everybody.
Okay. So at that point, I make my way out because I've accomplished everything I've done. Looked cool doing it. It's not going to get any better. And I would probably head towards his lab first, or his workshop first.
Okay. She told you, I don't know if you're looking at the map on Roll20 or not.
Yes, I am.
It is that spot that I pinged. She said it is around there, underground.
Okay.
She also did tell you that you will know you're getting close by the smell.
Of course. Yep. Okay. So I would make my way there.
Okay.
And head inside or head towards there and start searching. Is there a roll you'd like me to do, or just assume it takes time?
So for that, first of all, are you trying to sneak around inside, or are you just walking in?
Well, sneak around inside his place or sneak around inside the area? Is that what you're asking?
Either. Yeah. Are you sneaking your way there and then inside, or are you just?
I probably would try. Yeah, I probably would try to keep a low profile.
Okay. So I will need a prowl roll for you, please.
Yeah.
We will say. We're gonna say it's risky because you don't actually know who is down there.
Yep.
If anybody. And we will do standard fit.
Okay. And no bonus dice. Ooh, wow. I'm unskilled at it, so I'm not that good at prowling.
No, you're not. So you are making way more noise than you want to make. But you don't hear anybody right now, so it's not like somebody is coming after you for being where you're not supposed to be.
Right.
When you get there, he is not there. When you get to his little hideout. If you want to give me, and I will let you decide, if you want to give me a study or a survey roll to search.
I'm going to give you study because that's what I'm skilled in.
Okay. And we'll just do, are you trying to do this quickly so that you don't see him if he comes, to try to avoid him if he comes back? Or are you taking your time?
I'm going to take my time.
Okay. So we're going to do risky. And we'll do standard again.
Okay. Wow.
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 Okay. So yeah, you don't find anything. The place is clean. There's no bodies to be found. And as you're trying to search, he comes in the door.
Okay. I think right now, actually is an excellent time to take our second break.
Okay.
And while I read up on how to do a flashback, to dictate what I'm going to use against him, what I would have prepped to use against him now.
All right.
Nice.
See, I'm hitting all the mechanics. That's my goal. But once again, go ahead and type in #RemPC for your chance to win Shadowrun Astral Ways. A great look at the meta planes in the logic. I'm actually reading through it right now for some of the stuff that we're going to do on the REM server in terms of our Shadowrun Denver campaign, because back at the end of 5e meta plot, Ghostwalker did some nasty stuff was done, and the meta planes got a little messy around Denver, and I plan on using some of that info from Astral Ways to have some fun with it and torture certain players who shall go by the name Ava. So Astral Ways, and also check out the Humble bundle that is in that is being dropped in there. It's a great selection of Shadowrun 5e books, which was a very fun edition that got me involved with Shadowrun, and a lot of the stuff still does play over into your homegrown home game 6e campaigns. And we'll be back in 10 minutes, folks. See you soon.
All right.
Yeah.
In the city of Neo-Babylon, full of powerful magic and emerging cyber technology, the authorities say that they know what's best, but only ever seem to help themselves. That's where you come in. If the powerful won't help, you'll just have to get things done on your own. Hey folks, I'm Opti, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games and creator of the Subversion RPG. In Subversion, you and your friends play as envoys, representatives of your communities taking direct action to serve and save the people around you. But there's a catch. Both characters and communities have values that are important to them. Trying to subvert an oppressive world around you while also holding true to those values isn't an easy task. Neo-Babylon is a world much like our own, but where magic and wondrous things have always existed. And the ancient Babylonian Empire was the first to wield that magic to conquer and assimilate their enemies. Now, in Neo-Babylon, communities struggle against oppressive arcane elites, faceless corporate masters, and all kinds of authorities that have boots aimed at their necks. So if you want to play a game where you can encounter wondrous creatures, breach computer systems, bend magic to your will, search out lost civilizations, steal from the rich, and give to the poor, Subversion might be for you. But if you're looking for a game where your values truly matter and building up your community is just as important as destroying unjust systems of control, Subversion is absolutely for you.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
And hey, folks. Oh, man. There was. Okay. Anyways, moving on from the behind the scenes conversation we just had that unfortunately we're contractually obligated not to share with you because of, you know what, for a lot of reasons. But anyways, before that, Cassie, I want to thank you. Your summoning teapot has basically become a big part of the plot of the game I'm going to be running on the Alternis Streamathon.
Yay!
The city of Vetus is the game I'm playing, and it's a land where magic is coming back. Now, if you're interested in getting into any of the games on the Streamathon, go ahead and check out the Alternis Discord and check out in the announcements section. There's a form there to fill out, and we're looking for anybody who just wants to have some fun, and it gives you a chance to get on a stream. See if you enjoy doing it. But back, I think I've got an arch nemesis I want to blow up.
You do. And I think you said something about a flashback. Is that correct?
Yes. So those 2 bombs that, where the wicks, burned my thumbs because I was keeping them from completely going off. Back when we were with the sisters representative, I still have those, and they're still rigged so that if I run my thumb across them, I can. They will go off in about 2 seconds. So, what would I have to have rolled to have created those with Tinker? I assume.
Yes. So we'll do a tinker roll. And so you just basically want to arm them. Is that, do you want to make sure that they're armed and ready? Is that correct?
Yeah, basically, Tinker would have just been packing them with the explosives and building them together. And then, yeah, it would just be, at that point, it's just, that and throwing them into the right location.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Go ahead and roll tinker.
okay.
We're just going to do, because you were doing this ahead of time, it's just a controlled and standard roll.
Okay. Okay.
You can add extra dice if you want to try to get a really good roll. But that's up to you.
Yep,
If
I was
you wanna do
thinking.
that.
I was thinking about that. Well, yeah. Oh, I was definitely worried at the beginning. So I would actually. You know what? I tried using some new ingredients.
Mhm.
And that's a little bit of what I would consider to be a devil's bargain. Because I'm not entirely sure what they're going to do. Does that sound about right for getting extra dice?
Yeah, I will say you can add. I'm actually okay. You know what? I'm going to give you a choice. You can either take one extra dice
Mm-hmm.
and take a little bit of harm when you make it.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can add 2 dice and maybe harm someone else while you're testing it.
I would say it's going to be 2 dice and maybe harm someone else.
Okay. So where would you be doing this? Would you be down in your lair?
I would have been down in the layer making it, yes.
Okay. So you can take 2 dice, but Mistress Kemper sent one of the waiters down. You had asked for a bottle to replenish the one that you had.
Yep.
So the waiter, as he came down, as you were testing it, and you accidentally blow off 2 of his fingers.
Ouch. Okay. I'm not a okay. I'm not their favorite person anymore, obviously.
They are not happy with you. No.
But that was important because the fourth die was the one that was the 5.
Yep. So you do succeed. You are able to arm the bombs ahead of time. So now you are searching this hovel for information. You hear a noise behind you, and it is Eckard walking in. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
I spin, flick, arming one of them, and throw it so that it goes under a table near the door, so that the explosion tosses the table into Eckard.
Okay.
That would be a rec roll.
Yeah, let's do rec.
Good, because that's what I got. Well, actually, I got a finesse also, so that would probably either of them would have been okay. Okay, what is the?
We'll do rec because he'll see it coming. So let's. I have a question for you.
Yes.
This bomb.
Mhm.
How powerful did you make it? How like?
It would really be. It would be enough to. It would be enough to send anybody who's within 5 feet flying of it. It would also be enough to send a heavy table flying backward, flying up and at somebody if it lands in the right spot.
Okay.
So I mean, if you know, yeah, if it's right, you know, if it gets right up against somebody, it's probably going to mess them up pretty good. If it lands near them, it'll probably send them flying.
Okay.
Now, if I take it and I wedge it into that perfect spot into a building, it's going to send out that support, and then that cascading effect will go around, and then the whole building will fall over, and it'll be so cool. But I'm digressing because that's not what I'm doing right now.
I was going to say, that's not what you wanted to do for your flashbacks. So
no, that's
what
not.
we're going to do is, because we don't know how well you're going to be able to throw this to get it where you want it, I'm going to say that this is desperate and limited, because if you roll badly and it bounces back.
Yeah, I would have to say that, yeah, that I can't really argue with the GM in that area. Well, I'm still under the effects of thinking juice. Will that help me?
No, not this time. If you want to push yourself, you can take a stress and you can get an extra dice.
No, this one I'll just go with I'm not pushing myself yet. If I have to throw the second one, yeah, I'll probably push myself.
Okay.
So got a 4.
Okay, so you succeed, kind of. You are able to get it kind of where you want it, but the bomb is a little bit more forceful than you expected. So when it explodes and the table flies towards him, it actually hits him at such a force, it sends him flying back, and he cracks his head on the wall across the way, and he dies. So you won't be able to question him.
Okay. I thought you said something bad happened.
I guess it depends on how you look at it. The world is rid of a corpse thief, so.
But he probably had information.
He did, but I got to kill him. But I got to kill him.
Maybe he has a secret room where he keeps all of his death notes.
And secret corpses.
And secret corpses.
I would have to say, okay, I'm going to search him quickly. Because I don't have too much time. Before, I mean, admittedly, actually, I would be an expert on this. How quickly are we going to get the warden showing up here?
You're in Crow's Foot, correct?
Yes, in the middle of Crow's Foot.
It's going to take them a little bit. They do have patrols in Crow's Foot, but it's not. There aren't as many as there would be in like Brightstone or White Crown. So I would say you probably have about an 8 o'clock to get out of there before they start showing up.
Okay. So how does the 8 o'clock translate into whether and how much I've got or is it just that I'm limited on how
limited
much
on time?
Limited on time.
Yeah, you're limited on time. Yeah. So every action that you do ticks down a piece of the clock. So you should technically have time to do a quick search of his body and get out of there.
Okay.
Before they come running.
All right. So I'm gonna what do you want me to roll for searching his body?
Let's do. I think I want to do survey for that, because you're gonna kind of like filter through, like go through his pockets and like grab anything that you find. So we'll do study for that.
Study for that? Okay. All right. Study. What is the position?
We'll do risky, because you are on a clock, and then we'll do standard. Yeah.
Okay. No bonus dice, I assume. You know what? I would take a stress to get an extra bonus die.
Okay, do it.
Didn't need to, but doesn't.
Okay. You don't really find anything helpful on his body. He has some notes about people who are looking to buy certain parts that he would be able to acquire. But it does not look like he had anything to do with the murders.
Okay. Well, then I need a new arch nemesis, and I don't think I've driven Mooney that crazy yet for her to become my new arch nemesis. So, well, that's okay. I can live with that one for a bit. So I would make my way out, make my way quickly out of the area without running and being obvious about it.
Suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
I'm not going to make you roll for that. You only really did one action, so you have plenty of time to get your way out and back up on the surface before they come running in.
Okay. Then I would, make my way back to our place.
Okay.
Just to hook up with the rest of the crew and tell them there's no extra bodies on the scene, at least apparently.
Okay. Argent and Mr. Stabby, are you guys going directly to the first crime scene, or are you going to reconvene with everybody first? Either way is fine. I'm just curious. You guys were going to head to the first scene in Silkshore. Did you guys just want to head there now because you're already in Silkshore, or were you going to meet up with everybody first?
I think we'd probably go there and then meet up with everybody.
Okay.
Since we don't know what anyone else found, so.
Sounds good. All right. So you get to the first scene, and let me make sure I'm telling you it's in the right spot. Yes, it is found in the park. There are no more blue coats around. It's not like cordoned off at all. You are pretty much able to just kind of walk up to it. Again, they really didn't think that it was anything at the time, so they really didn't do very much with it. What are you looking for when you get there?
I don't know, arcane markings, patterns.
Okay. At first glance, you see a red circle, and around the circle are what look to be maybe runes painted in. Again, it looks red. At one time, it was probably very wet. Now it's just kind of tacky. Inside of the circle, the body is no longer there, but the body was directly in the center of the circle. Just at a first glance, without doing anything, that's all you can really see. If you try to touch the red, it is blood.
Yeah, but I don't really know enough about arcane, so I'll soon leave, copy down the. I'd probably leave, copy down the once I'm out of the markings once I'm outside, and bring it to Moon.
Okay.
See if that would help her.
Okay. Mr. Stabby, is there anything you want to look at?
Is there, wander the area, look around, utilize my survey stat under insight, see if I can find anything, because I don't know what I'm looking for, but I figure whatever's going to be there is going to be sticking out.
Yeah, roll survey for me.
Is this shit?
Standard.
There's no option for that. It's either risky.
Oh, sorry. Controlled. We'll do controlled and then standard.
Any bonus dice other than one from survey?
I mean, unless you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain, or if your teammate wants to assist you.
I'll assist.
Okay. So you can add an extra dice for that.
And I'll push myself if I can add another dice on there.
Yeah, sure. Take stress and add an extra dice.
Survey.
You got a 6. Okay. Yeah, you are looking around the scene. As you're kind of wandering on, you notice kind of stuck under a branch, what looks to be a small piece of parchment. And when you read it, it says, the energy of the abandoned is what we require next. The circle can gain strength from the past.
I'm going to pick up the piece of paper, slowly kind of reading over it. I'm looking over to Argent. Oi, this here says stuff that seems to be part of what we're looking at. Come here.
Yeah. I'll come over. And I'll do a study action.
Okay.
I'll assist.
Okay.
So, what's the position?
What did I say it was? Controlled and standard.
Controlled.
Mm-hmm.
Standard.
Yep.
And I'll. Will I push myself? Yeah, I'll push myself.
Okay.
So 1 die.
2, because Max is helping you too.
All right.
Yeah, look at all those 6s, you guys. What exactly are you looking for?
I'm trying to deduce where the abandoned is.
Okay. So you have been really kind of focused on finding a pattern in the locations and the people. You know that the next body that was found, so you know that the next body that was found was in Char Hollow, and that was at the market. And then the third body was found at the old rail yard, which is abandoned.
Okay. So it links to the third site. This is the first one.
We can take the gondola over that way and stop off on the rail.
Yeah.
There's an old sludge pit that rides all the way up in there, so we can take the gondola the whole way. I know it. Been there before.
Go ahead. We should hurry, I think.
Alright. If I get a speeding ticket, I joke, I jest, the blue coats won't pull us over in the river.
Yeah.
So that's where you guys are going? Is to
the third site in Coleridge.
Okay. You guys get there with no issue. There is a blue coat around right at the scene. So if you guys want to do anything with the actual circle, you will have to engage it with him. Or you guys can just walk around and kind of look around. What would you guys like to do?
I'm going to talk to I have no problem with talking to the blue coat, but my only resolve attribute is command.
I could try using consort action. Just to try and or what would distraction fall under?
Depending on what kind of distraction you want. You could try, anything can really be a distraction. You can try wreck if you want to try breaking something to get there.
No, I'm trying more social.
I I would say you could probably pull off consort or sway.
All right, I'm going to consort with him.
Okay.
You know, I am
again,
a member.
It's the standard and the stuff for it.
Controlled standard.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
And you get a bonus dice for it as well because
Right.
you guys are hawkers.
Yep. Right. 144.
What do you say to him?
Evening, officer. Morning, afternoon, officer.
What are you doing here?
I pause and realize that they must be really scraping the bottom of the barrel if they sent you out here, an archivist, my nemesis.
What are you? You shouldn't be here. What do you want?
There's some trouble here.
Did you cause it?
Afraid I'm not afraid I'm not your woman this time. No, I had nothing to do with this time around.
I don't know that I believe you, but if you didn't have anything to do with it, why are you here?
I'm trying to figure out what did, oddly enough. Bad news for everyone, I think.
What do you have to gain from figuring out I know you never do anything without getting something in return.
Oh, actually, we're just good Samaritans. Doing the good Samaritan thing, you know? Trying to help out. World's all dark. Terrible place to be. Spirits bumping all over the place. I give him a nudge. You know what I mean? We're just trying to do good work here.
And as he's engaging, I'm going to pull out my bottle of slumber essence.
All right.
Try and get it in him. However, I'm picturing it like chloroform, actually.
Sweet. I'm going to see this, and I'm going to use my skirmish to suddenly being close to him as I was elbowing to put him in a sleeper hold. So
and
I'm taking control over him.
I'm going to skirmish as well.
Okay. So we will do since Max is doing the grabbing, we'll have Max roll skirmish with assistance, and then depending on how that goes, we'll see how easy it is to put him to
I'm going to
sleep.
stress this.
Okay.
So with assistance and stress, is the position risky or controlled? Desperate or fortune roll?
Let's do desperate.
Okay. And is the effect standard, limited, great, extreme, or zero?
Limited.
Okay. And I'm getting a total of 4 dice on this roll.
Okay.
Whoa.
Gracious. Okay. So the two of you can take this, tell me exactly what you guys do and how it works.
It's just okay. We're just doing the good Samaritan thing, and I give him a bump and whatnot. He leans back for a moment to get eye contact on me, and then she steps to one side and moves. And since they have an uncomfortable relationship, he immediately whips over to see what she's doing. Very obvious. She's got the bottle out in his hand. His eyes get great big. He goes to do something, and this arm just comes around him. Just thick, meaty arm in this jacket, and clobbers him right into the neck as my hand presses from the back of his head. And then suddenly, my large size, I hoist him up. So he's struggling to try to figure out what's going on, grappling for my arm, trying to keep her back. But I just bend over to a point where he has nothing, he has no way to control, and she's just got the bottle and sticking it right up to his lips, and down the gullet it goes.
All right. A note about the slumber essence. It is sufficient enough to put someone to sleep for an hour. It is not supernatural, though, so they can be roused with some effort. So if somebody else comes over and tries to wake him up, he will wake up. So you guys have about an hour, as long as no one shows up, to do whatever you're going to do. Okay.
Shouldn't take an hour.
Okay.
I mean,
So what would you guys like to do now?
he's your nemesis. You
study.
could always kill him. I'm not there.
Not to that point yet. Yeah, so study.
What we did
We're going to study the area.
Okay.
Really quick.
You can both roll if you would like, and we'll see who gets the better roll, or one of you can assist the other.
We're both surveying. I have one in survey, so I'm going to survey, and then she's going to study whatever we find.
Perfect.
Yes.
Still considering how I feel, I'm going to stress the survey.
Okay.
All right, position is controlled.
Mm-hmm. And standard.
And she's assisting, and I have 1, and I'm stressing, so it's a total of 3.
Okay.
Desperately, I move around, looking under bushes, moving stuff. We found something at the last one. There's got to be something here. These are clues. They're leaving clues, or they're just that sloppy. How long does that stuff last?
40 minutes now.
We've got to hurry. Last thing I want is a blue coat being pissed at me, and that one knows you. All the option is to put some shackles on him and roll him in the river.
So you got a 5. So you do find something. It does take you a little bit longer than the first one did, though. So it probably takes you about 15-20 minutes before you find another note. And this one says, the energy of war is what we require next. The circle can gain strength where silver meets gold.
I got it. So as we're searching around and whatnot, because we are in the rail yard itself, there's a small crumpled up piece of paper in the distance slowly rolling away from us. And like, she sees it first, like, what is that? And it's like, suddenly we're into this little hot chase, like, that's gotta be it, that's gotta be it. So there's like that why it took longer and the panic involved with it.
Yep.
So now that we've got it, I'll assist her in studying it.
All right.
Controlled?
Yep.
Standard, same way? All right. We'll see what happens without edging it. Bonus dice 1.
Mm-hmm.
2. Can I take a devil's bargain? Or do I have to do that before?
Typically we do that before, but just because we will treat this as a reroll, and I will offer you the devil's bargain.
All right.
What do I want to offer? Okay, so you can take an extra 2 dice.
Okay.
But someone saw the 2 of you take down that blue coat, and they have run to get help. So
all right.
Help is coming.
Yes. I will take that bargain.
Okay.
Partial success.
Okay.
5.
You know from being in the area, there is a monument in Brightstone in the park, in Unity Park, a monument to the Civil War that happened. And it just so happens to be at the corner of Gold Street and Silver Street.
And then we hear the shout from behind us.
And then there's a shout from behind you.
Yes. Time to go.
All right, I am hustling for the boat. It is grab the rope and start pushing it down that slurry pit as quickly as possible and hope that she can run, jump, and catch up and get on the boat so we can get out here quickly.
You hear voices behind you. Hey, there they are. There they are. Go get them.
I'm gonna prowl.
Okay.
So what am I rolling?
So we are going to do this as desperate.
All right.
And then we are going to do this as I'm going to do limited for this.
Okay, and I will take 2 more stress.
Okay.
Is it 2 stress every time?
No, it's just 1. You can just take 1 stress.
All right, got it. All right, and that's 1 die?
Yes.
And I fail. So,
I'm
I
yelling
trip.
at you. Just run, just run, just run. We're faster on the boat. We don't need to hide. Come on.
You try sneaking and trip over one of the upturned branches.
And I go, oh, bugger it, and start making twice as much noise.
All right. They are running up behind you. You did lose a little bit of time having to get up and then start running again. But you do both make it to the gondola and are able to get away before the bluecoats catch you.
As we're drifting away, I'll be like, sorry, Governor, not today, maybe another time. Hopefully you can keep up with us right now, but once we get in the main currents, I promise you, fast as fast can be, I'm not going to be caught today.
They do know your faces now, though. So if they see you again, they will arrest you if they catch you.
That's what it is.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So now what's everybody do?
Heading back to the hideout at Night Market.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So you guys are all back. I'm going to say at this point, it's probably going about 6 or 7 o'clock at night.
As we're coming in with the gondola, I'm raising everybody's attention. Oi, mates! Are you slackers? We were successful.
You already stopped the cultists?
No, but we know where they're going to be at.
Ooh, I know what they're trying to do.
Oh.
And I think I know who stole the battery we were trying to, the portable soul catcher. I think I know who stole that as well. It was the cultist.
They're not selling any extra bodies on the open market, so they've just killed who they've killed.
And they might even have a very wonderful blade that rips souls straight from the body. Isn't that awesome? I think it's great.
Okay. So what do you guys want to do now?
Mostly sit there with my mouth wide open at the statement there's a knife that actually rips souls from your body. As I'm trying to lash up the gondola to the dock. And I look over
would not advise just tying it yet. I think we should go get in place.
Going.
The next hit is going to be in Brightstone at the corner of Gold and Silver Street. This one here, and I'm going to tussle Argent's hair. She's really smart. She figured out from the clues that we found at the 2 crime scenes.
Oh. Well, I need to go get my things. If we're leaving now, I will return shortly. And I'm going to rush into our lair, and into my room, and into my secret room, and into my secret chest that I've placed underneath the floorboards. And then I'm going to pull out my spirit mask and my other accoutrements of ghosting.
Yes, so everybody needs to figure out what on their character sheet under their inventory, what you're taking with you. So we can figure out how heavy your load is, because that will affect certain things that you might want to do.
What are subterfuge supplies?
Subterfuge.
The word subterfuge means lying.
Anything that you would use for that. So if you let me make sure that I am telling you the right thing. Subterfuge.
There's a description. It's a theatrical makeup kit, selection of blank documents, costume jewelry, reversible cloak and distinctive hat, forged badge of office.
Okay.
I was like, I don't need to put that on my list of important items because I'll remember what's in that. And then you asked me, I was like, huh, okay. But yes, everything Robin just said is in that kit.
Yeah, I see that too. Okay.
And And that counts as one. The whole kit counts as one load.
Okay.
You all do each get one item. One carried item is concealed and does not count towards your load, but you must declare which item that is. I think one of you already has a concealed item, so you do get an extra one.
What is a fine lightning hook?
Oh, that is
a
exciting.
weapon?
That is very exciting. So the fine lightning hook is I know I just saw it. It is a long two-handed pole with a loop of heavy wire at the end, and it's connected to an electroplasmic capacitor.
Oh.
And it is used for grappling a spirit and dragging it into the spirit bottle. You can say that yours is custom made, so it actually collapses on itself. So the load is actually reduced to one, even though it's two-handed. So if you wanted to say that you have that, you can say it's custom made.
Okay.
Gosh, do we have more than one of those?
Well, I'm the one who catches all the spirits.
That is something specific to her class.
Yeah.
We should have 2 of those. That way we can cross the beams.
The lightning hook, the spirit mask. I feel like I need the demon bane charm. It just seems like that's important.
It keeps demons away from you.
Yes.
The italicized do not count for load.
Yes.
So fine hand weapon, that's 1 because it's not italicized, but it is in the upper, like, shaded area. Is the upper shaded area different from the lower not shaded area?
Yes, the upper shaded area is items that your character has that's specific to your playbook.
Got it.
And then everything else is extra.
All right. I picked out the things.
Okay. What is your load going to be? So if you have a load of
light.
three light, okay.
I'm taking my fine hand weapon, my lantern, and my throwing knives. We're going to engage people in the street. I don't have a reason for burglary tools, subterfuge supplies, or my tinkering tools.
Okay.
Because I am not going to get dressed up in a costume at this point in time.
Okay. I would recommend taking your Spirit Bane charm, because
It's italicized, so it does not count against my load.
Okay.
So all my italicized things are coming with.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. I'm going to be wearing my mask.
Okay.
With my
Yeah,
spirit
I'm taking all my italicized things, and of the non-italicized ones, I'm only taking the pistol, which is concealed.
Okay.
So.
You get a pistol?
Yeah, she's a real criminal. Real criminals get pistols.
I'm not taking the blueprints of the bottle of whiskey, because why would I?
I'm gonna take the lightning hook. You never know when you might need to snap your spirit. My mask.
Wait.
A spirit bottle, just in case. I don't know if I want to throw knives at cultists.
Up to you. Again, you each get a concealed item that doesn't count towards your load.
Okay,
So
then
if
yeah,
you
I'll take my throwing knives as my concealed.
Okay.
Nobody's gonna suspect a ghost catcher to stab you.
Okay, so there is one of the things that would count part of the load can go, and it will not count on the load.
Correct.
Okay, then I'm going to take my scary weapon.
I'm packing everything. Because it all still is a light load, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 3 light loads, and then Malfoy?
Light load also. I'm taking my pistol, which is concealed, arcane implements, subterfuge supplies, and a crowbar.
Okay.
Under demolition tools. And with the pistol's concealed, so that takes it 3.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I want to swap out my throwing knives for my burglary gear. Because, I just realized tools are valuable.
Tools are valuable.
And I really don't see me fighting them with throwing knives either. I will just beat them with the chain.
I have ghost kitchen tools. I'm gonna catch a spirit.
Okay. Actually, could we say my blueprints are to one of the buildings?
In Brightstone?
Right outside in Brightstone?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll take those.
Okay.
Which brings me to a 1 load.
Okay. So yeah, that's fine. That none of you have a heavy load, so if you guys have to run or anything like that, you don't have to worry about your load holding you back at all. Can you see the green dot that I put in Brightstone?
Yes.
Okay. That is the park. That is where the body is supposedly going to be found. We're going to just jump to the park. What time do you guys want to arrive? You know the killings take place between 5 and 6 in the morning.
So we need some rest time, and then we'll head out because it's probably going to take a little bit in the gondola. Some of us have burnt through some stress, so we'll, taking some rest to get rid of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we want to arrive about, I'd say 3.
Yeah. Have plenty of time to case the place and get ready to go.
Okay.
Hide.
Anybody that took stress with just kind of resting, I'm going to say you each burn 2 stress. Or burn it off. So you guys can take 2 stress off.
Okay, I'm down to 1 stress.
Okay.
Yep.
You can always do some vicey things.
Will vicey things get rid of stress?
Yes. Typically you would take downtime, do downtime activities, and indulge your vice.
If my vice is beating the crap out of people and we get into a fight, does that count?
I'll allow it.
Because my vice is stupor, fighting pits, and we're about to go fight cultists. And I'm going to punch them.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Sure, why not?
That
works.
My vice is moving stuff around in Mooney's room. I already did that.
You know what? Take an extra stress off if you have it. Okay, so you guys rest, get all of your stuff together. You arrive at the park about 3 in the morning. What do you guys want to do? Tell me what you guys want to do.
Well, I take out my spirit mask. It is a beautifully crafted half-moon Venetian style mask, and it's like this beautiful porcelain, and as I place it over my features, it covers most of my face. There's a little part that comes out as a star over the other eye as it curves along my face, and I put it on, and you see that my eyes turn silver as if they've been moonstruck, and there's a whole shimmer that happens around my face as the mask takes effect, and I can see all the ghosts.
Yeah, I still find that creepy.
Are you just putting it on for now so that it's there? Or are you trying to particularly do something?
I'm going to. I would like to do some spooking.
Some spooking. What exactly would you like to be doing?
Well, I think that I would kind of like to attune myself to this area and its spooky energy.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can have. So I'm casting out my spectrology feelers. And kind of getting the lay of the ley lines and the spookables that might be popping up and waiting for fun things to happen or fun things to do to unsuspecting living creatures.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll your attune. You also get +1 because you are trying to gather information of the supernatural in the area. Okay. And that is your ghost mind. Yes. And because at the particular time you're a little early, so there's really nothing going on right now. Mm-hmm. It's just standard and controlled standard.
Standard. And I have how many bonus dice? Got one.
One from your special ability.
Okay.
And then if you want to push yourself, you can push yourself.
Sure, that gives me another one?
Yes, but you do take a stress.
Okay. How many stress am I allowed to take?
You do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, I think, before you get a trauma.
Okay, I'll take a stress. This is fun.
Yeah.
2 5s or 5? I don't know how.
Oh, so we just take the highest roll. So
Okay,
you got a 5. Right now, you don't really sense a whole lot. You don't really sense any spirits. You don't see any kind of like ghostly things going around right now.
Okay.
But I want to save that roll for a little bit because I'm just gonna say you're just attuning and then you might see something.
I'm doing some spectral overwatch.
Yes. So I will give you more information in a little bit.
Okay.
As to what you start to see.
Awesome.
Okay. Everybody else, are you in plain sight? Are you hiding? What are you guys doing?
Probably hiding. I get the lay of the land. It's a park, right?
Yes.
Probably try to find. It's a park. Is there anything like benches? Probably not trash cans.
This is like the swanky part of town, so everything is very clean. There are trash cans.
Okay.
There are benches. The note did say something about war, so there is the war memorial that's inside the park. And then there's also a fountain that is in the park as well.
Ooh, there's a fountain?
Yes, there's a fountain.
Oh.
I probably would study the area, make my way towards the thing, trying to look for a set of trash cans that I can. Well, first off, tinker a bomb underneath one of them to set off if the fight goes badly or we need a distraction. And also just get an idea of where everything is, so I know how we can. So I have an idea of what we can move and what I can use.
Okay.
So
if everybody's hiding, I'm not going to make anybody roll a prowl because you guys are all there early. You have plenty of time to hide. Mm-hmm. For the bomb, I would do a tinker roll. What kind of bomb are you trying to set? Is it just like a grenade? Is it like a large bomb or like a smoke bomb or?
Just like a grenade, just something to send the trash cans flying, to distract people.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah. So it's nothing like I'm trying to destroy the war memorial. The wardens get after you for that. And I already blew somebody up today. So I kind of filled my quota. But to do this right, I will take a couple stress to push myself.
Okay.
So
nobody is around. You have time to kind of put it where you want it and set it up. So it's just controlled and standard.
Okay, controlled, standard, and by pushing myself, I get an extra die or 2 die?
1 extra dice. Goodness gracious. Wow.
Okay.
So yeah, you tell me, what do you want to do? Because you were perfect. So
okay, well, it's a set of two trash cans because they never want them to fill up, overfilling in the swanky part of town. So it's 2 trash cans right next to each other. I set up the bomb so that it's something where when I go past it, I can just, flick again, another flick trigger, where it's got the flint built into it, so it goes off after about a 2-second count, it explodes, sending the trash cans flying up into the air. And
if you want,
Yep.
instead of having to go over there and hit it, we can say that you have like a remote.
Oh, okay. If that tech involved, then yes, I would definitely do a remote. And am I lucky enough? Have they been emptied yet, or are they still full? Just out of curiosity.
With your 6, whichever one would be better for you.
Filled.
Okay, they are filled.
Yep. So this will send trash flying.
The janitorial staff is going to be so angry with you in the morning.
Trashy shrapnel.
Yeah, that's. Let's see. You got anybody who finds Eckerd's body, Mooney, because before we left, I managed to move her stuff around again. And then the people we blow up tonight, then the janitorial staff. The janitorial staff are pretty low on my list of people mad at me.
That's fair. So what is Argent and Mr. Stabs doing to prepare?
Argent's concealed, but she's going to see if she can try and figure out what's the most likely direction for these people to be coming from.
Okay. Give me a hunt.
All right. What's the position?
Controlled standard.
All right, controlled standard. Yeah. 6.
What is going on with all these 6s tonight? My goodness. Yeah, you can tell they're going to. It makes most sense for them to be able to come in from the west because there's less foot traffic through that entrance. The way the blue coat patrols go, it would make it easier for them to get in, especially if they're dragging somebody with them. So you can kind of plan for them to come in that way and then potentially leave the opposite way.
Yes, so I've told everyone they're probably coming from the west.
Mr. Stabs?
I want to hide in a position that's going to be near where they're at so that I can come behind the mass as they come out. Because I'll do much more damage by coming from behind and, taking out a few people, because that's what I do. I stab.
Okay. All right, so you guys are all in position. Cassie, you are still not seeing anything yet. A little after 5, you do see 2 people in purple robes. One of them is carrying someone. They look to at least be unconscious. You guys have a couple of options. You could watch and see what happens. You could go ahead and intervene. Or you can wait for a little bit and then intervene later.
I'm just going to say that there's nothing illegal about wearing purple robes and carrying somebody through streets at 5 a.m. It is incredibly suspicious, but we are not the Bluecoats. We are here to find cultists who are murdering people and soul blah blah blah-ing.
Yes.
We don't know exactly what that means, but as soon as they whip out like the painting of the circle and the little doodads and advice, even if the person's dead, that's pretty much our sign like, hey, we found the people, but there's only 2 of them. So this isn't a cult, this is a duo.
So we wait a little longer.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get to the stabbing already.
Okay. So they come in with this person. They go in front of the war memorial. They lay the person down on the ground. They start together painting the circle and the runes in white paint in front of the memorial. One of them gets up and picks up the person and puts them in the center of the circle.
Does that I was just, she's very quietly whispering to Mr. Not to Mr. Stabs, to Bombs. Do you think that counts as culty shit? Do you think that? Oh, sorry. Do you think that counts as culty stuff?
I'm sorry, I missed what did you just say? I
I
apologize.
said, do you think that still counts as culty stuff? Because I do.
I'm sorry, Tom's drawing a blank. What do you I apologize, folks. I'm ruining the role play that's Cassie's doing this great. But if there's still time to do the
microphone.
Is there still time to do the culty stuff is what you're asking me.
Yes, does it look like they're doing culty stuff? Because I think so.
Yes. They're doing culty stuff. Do you want me to do we want to take them or wait?
I think we should do something.
Okay. I hit the button on the explosion.
Okay. The explosion goes off. The trash cans go up. Trash goes everywhere. They are startled. They stop. The one who was painting drops it and looks around. The other one was in the process of putting the person in the circle, and they just drop her, and they're looking around to see what is going on. Bombs did go off, so you are going to have blue coats coming.
Some time. It'll be fine.
Yeah, the worst that could happen. Assuming we start rushing in.
Okay.
Hells yes. So I would like to look from where they came to see if any more are coming.
No.
Sweet. Rush in time. Whip out my manacles. I'm going to pudgel something, handcuff them, and we can take them back for interrogation later. Sound good?
Sounds great.
All right.
Okay. Is that what's going on?
I'm charging in.
All right,
Yep.
so we're charging in. What do I have that is interesting enough that's not knives? Do I cast spells? Or I just do ghost stuff?
You do ghost stuff.
Cool. Oh, can I call on spirits?
You can call on spirits if there's any around.
Oh, are there spirits now? Shall I do a tune?
No, we're gonna stick with your roll from earlier because I wasn't able to give you very much at that time. You can call on 2 spirits.
Oh, good. Yes. So I'm going to call on the 2 spirits that I have been talking with in my mind for the past 2 hours. And they are going to go do some spook pooping on those 2 cultists.
So as Mr. Stabby is running up to punch one, go ahead and give me a skirmish roll for that. What exactly do you want your ghosts to do? Do you just want them to scare the cultists, or do you want them to possess the cultists, or tell me what you want them to do?
I would like...
50 and standard.
Could
I'm
I...
spending a stress.
Okay.
Is it possible for them to possess the body and make the body move? I don't know how ghost stuff works in this game.
The person isn't dead yet, so they could possess them and make them.
I would like to do that and scare the cultists that way.
Okay. We're gonna call that.
I am. So I am.
We're gonna call that an
spirits.
Yeah,
I
we're
can
gonna
communicate with the ghosts, and I am asking them very politely to go scare the shit out. Oh, scare the stuff out. So sorry. I'm so sorry.
You know what? No F-bombs have been dropped. I call that a success.
Yeah, it is.
And scare the pants off of those 2 robed cultists.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to go back to PG on my mouth. I'm so sorry. That's inappropriate behavior.
So as as Mr. Stabby goes over and starts punching them, what exactly do you do, Mr. Stabby? Because you got a 6, so you succeed.
So, as soon as I'm in like an area between two buildings and slightly up on a higher raised wall, I jump down and I start running at high speeds toward them. I've got one arm all the way back, and so as I get close enough to him, it's just whipping my momentum into the side of this guy's face. So it's the explosion, the litter's flying everywhere, and they're like looking around. There's one slowly turning. He sees me about the same time my fist connects with his cheek, and he just goes flying, hits the ground, like bounces once or twice, and then I run over just and continuously pummel into his face until unconsciousness is achieved.
All right. Half Moon, your ghosts appreciate the fact that you asked so politely. So one of them gladly gets into the unconscious woman's body and starts standing up and moving her over to the cultist, who is now just incredibly frightened because his friend just got the crap kicked out of him. And there's this unconscious person like wobbling to him. Is there anything in particular you want the ghost to do to scare them?
Does the cultist have our soul battery or a shiny knife on them?
This one does not.
Okay.
The conscious one does not. You don't know about the other one.
Okay. Then I will have them kind of just reach out and zombie grab them and bite them.
He screams. Quite loudly. Get it off! Get it off! I'll tell you anything you want to know. I'll tell you anything you want. Just please leave me alone. Please leave me alone.
Talk here. You can come with us. You can come. Come. Oh, you can stop biting now, my sweet, sweet Meredith.
I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Well, we should probably leave before there was some wonderful explosion.
And I'm gonna, with the one saying I'll tell him is I'm going to use a consort and go, where is the knife?
And the battery. And the souls.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. You go ahead and you can take an extra dice because the guy is incredibly frightened. So I'm going to count that as Mr. Stabby and Half Moon. Pretty much everybody.
Assisting.
Yeah.
Oh, he's confused because there's bombs blowing off when there's...
Yeah.
Not...
Actually, you know what? Have you already rolled?
No.
Add 2 extra dice just because there's so much other stuff going on.
Yep.
So like four dice or... No,
just 2 extra plus whatever you have in there.
He has a consort. Don't forget, you also get an extra one because we're sockers, whackers, hackers, hawkers.
Yeah.
So you should be rolling like 4 dice at least.
It's going to be risky, and we're going to say limited because the cops are coming.
Risky, limited. Mine is weaving the web when you gather +1 to consort when you gather information on a target for a score. Would this count too?
Absolutely.
Wow.
So I'm up to 4.
5, I think.
5.
2
for everything we've done.
Mm-hmm.
Plus your own consort.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the bonus from being a hawker.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the bonus you just listed.
Yeah, I'll also just push myself.
6.
Why not? Let's do it.
Yeah. Go big or go home.
Oh yeah, baby.
All right. So what exactly do you say to him?
I say, tell me where the knife is and you might live out the night.
Or the battery.
He very timidly points to his unconscious friend on the ground.
Okay. Anything else you want to know?
Perhaps he knows where the soul battery is as well.
I give him a stern look.
Francis has it down in the sewers.
All right.
Underneath Charter Hall.
All right. I
He will point you to that. I don't know if you see me pinging. It's that spot on the map underground.
Yeah. I'll pat him on the cheek and gesture for Mr. Stabby to come unshackle him, and we'll just leave him.
Well, let's get the knife and leave.
Yes, get the knife and leave.
I will leave the unconscious, bloodied individual on the ground for somebody else to toss next to this guy. I will come over and use my manacles, which are one of my equipment pieces, and handcuff this cultist.
All right. Well, then I'm going to go search the unconscious one and get the knife off of him. Because I think out of all of us, I am the most qualified to handle a spoopy dagger.
That is exactly why I'm not touching that spooky dagger.
Yes. You are the only one willing to touch the spooky dagger. I'd be willing to bet.
Yeah,
probably.
You do find the dagger. It is kind of a little bit bigger than you would expect. It is glowing white, and with your attune still up, you can just kind of see the spectral energy around it. And it is a curved blade. It's a beautiful work. It's so beautiful. I do have one last question before we head to the sewers. How exactly do you guys want to do this? Are you trying to actually infiltrate them, or are you just going in guns blazing? My question, the reason I'm asking is there are 2 cultists here with robes that you could possibly take if you wanted to actually infiltrate them.
Are we leaving this cultist behind?
Yeah.
Okay.
The cops
He'll be a distraction for the blue coats.
What if we could take the robes?
All right, so subterfuge is not my character's thing.
I want one of those robes. I don't care what you say. I'm going to take it.
Well,
Get out of your robes.
But we might want to leave the robes here, because that way they will be even more of a distraction to the blue coats.
The blue coats
Obvious
will show up and
cultists.
be like,
dang it, you're right. Okay.
Nobody wears purple robes around in the middle of the night.
But I like them. Look at the quality.
Where we're going.
Well, we can steal one from the place where we have the battery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go to
That's
the
fair.
battery.
So guns blazing is the answer.
Guns blazing is the answer.
Yep. Guns blazing.
I've got a knife. They're ripped so straight from bodies.
Okay.
I give one of the I give the one that wasn't beaten to death a shot of a to let him get a good long sleep that the blue coats will have trouble rousing him from. And
all right.
Ooh, yeah, no, that one's not going to be talking. Even if he's still alive, when you do that to the jaw, the person can't form any meaningful words. Oh yeah, no, he's not going to be talking. So this guy's going to be out for at least 4 hours. So we got plenty of time to do what we got to do. Let's head out.
Let's get moving then. And I have the dagger in my hand, and I just look at the shimmering, and that goes up and down and around my arm in spirals. So beautiful, don't you think?
No.
Okay, is what's the person? What was the person dressed in? Though that was going to be the sacrifice.
So it was a younger woman, probably in her early 20s. She was dressed in black slacks, boots, with the thick, really warm boots. She had on a nice blouse and a thick overcoat.
Okay. Nice tall boots.
Yes.
Okay. Take off one of the boots. And here, let's set the knife in here so we're not glowing as we go through the city.
Oh, I can tuck it away. It's quite fine. And so I kind of like shift around to where I just wanted to. I was just admiring it. It's very well crafted.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, all right. Then I leave the boot behind.
Okay.
And we go.
All right. So you guys show up in the sewers. It almost looks like a spot that was excavated within the last like 6 months to a year, maybe. They have very crudely built up rooms around, and in the very center is this device that is almost glowing with souls in the center of it. And then around it, there are 9 pedestals, 5 of which has a spirit bottle on top. And then there's like an archway. It looks like they're trying to open the archway. There are some cultists that you see, but I mean, it is like 5 a.m. So
this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. I can't make heads or tails of what's going on here.
I've got my spoopy vision on, and I'm just looking at this beautiful potential destruction of our whole city, and it is quite elegant, actually.
So, do we just blow it all up, or do we?
Oh no! I think we need to be able to properly. I would say let's kill the cultists and then figure out that second part, because there are souls involved, and souls are quite valuable.
And about right now, most of this stuff in here is our payday, because we're not getting paid. We're just getting back permission to work with the sisters again. So, by rights of acquisition, we're going to claim some of this, give the rest to them, and remember, sell back over a period of time. Give 3/4, keep 1/4, give it back over the next year so that we got equal.
Well, I was thinking give 2/3, keep 1/3.
I mean, I'm fine with that too. It's just how do we hide 1/3 from the sisters?
I think that doesn't matter till. I think that doesn't matter till all these cultists are dead.
Yes,
that's right. That's right.
Okay,
You're right.
You're right. Yeah,
so,
yes.
and I get up my I get up my blowgun and I get ready. I'm gonna knock one of them out. Then we swarm them.
Yeah. Are there any visible ghosts here to make friends with? That's what I'm looking for. With the tuning and
not free spirits that you can use. They're all in the bottles in the device. There is an older gentleman who is in the purple robes, but the hood is down. He has these big glasses on, and he is in the middle room by a table, kind of hunched over a book, and he's kind of flipping through what looks to be like a dusty old tome, and he's taking notes.
Need to geek the nerd first.
I am going to take my rage essence as I charge into the room.
Okay. For that, do you want to try to resist the consequences?
Consequences were that I attack anyone.
There was 2 consequences. The first one is can't tell friend from foe. Mm-hmm. And the second is can't stop until they're broken. So you will fight anybody regardless of who they are, and you will not stop until you break them.
Maybe try to resist a little bit.
I'll try to resist a little bit.
Okay, so to do a resistance roll, we are going to, it's 1 dice for every, the way I'm going to do is I'm going to do 1 dice per point that you have in prowess. So that's where like your skirmish is and all of that stuff.
In total, there is 4 dots under prowess filled.
Okay, so when you click on prowess, you can add your however many dots you have. That's how many dice you get to roll.
Okay. And can I make a bargain with the devil for extra dice on this roll?
Of course.
Awesome.
For your, I will give you 2 extra dice. However, you will take a point in trauma, and the trauma that you're going to get is haunted, which means you often get lost in reverie, you relive your past horrors, and you start to see things.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm good with that. 2 extra.
All right.
So I have 6 dice. I don't have anything else that can add to this, I don't think. Hell, 6 looks like it's the maximum number you can pick. Suffer 6 stress minus the highest die result. When you roll a critical on a resistance, clear 1 stress. The highest die roll was a 6. So 6 stress minus the highest die roll result is 0.
I'm going to say you resist. I'm going to say you resist both of them. So you're good.
Trauma, and I'm haunted. So
yes. So we are going to go ahead and, because we are coming up on time pretty quickly, we are going to do all of your attacks simultaneously. So one by one, tell me what you want to do, and then we will roll, and it'll just basically be all of you attacking somebody.
Let me say mine first.
Okay, you go first.
I'm utilizing Not to be Trifled With, which says you can push yourself to do one of the following: perform a feat of physical force that's on the verge of superhuman, or engage a small gang on equal footing in close combat. So I'm doing the second part while utilizing the Rage Essence.
So you're going in there and you're basically taking on the entire cult by yourself.
You got it.
Okay.
That's my goal, to stab as many people, one after the other. So I'll be like trading off between my knife and my chain and just, yeah.
I'm going to use the stabby sword that I just got, the dagger on the nerd.
Okay.
I'm going to steal the nerd's soul.
I'm going to watch and wait for the first one that starts to run away from Cross, because one of them will, once he starts going at it, and shoot the dart gun at him with finesse.
What am I talking about? I'm not doing that. That's dumb. I can't even fight anything. I can wreck stuff.
You could hand the knife over to Argent and be like, go stab the nerd. I mean, really, that's what you should be doing.
Yeah. You know what? No, I don't want to experiment with this knife. I don't want to make things worse. Besides, I might need this knife for when I start my cult.
Argent is going to she's going to go in around the side and shoot the scholar.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to break one of those spirit vials and let some spirits out, and then I'm going to have my fun with the spirits, because I think you said there was one vial that was... I know there was the bigger box, but I heard you say there were vials.
Yeah, too. So there's the bigger thing. There's 5 of them, so one for each person that's been killed on a pillar.
Yes.
There's supposed to be 9, but only gotten 5 so far.
Yeah, I think I'm going to break some spirit vials.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's because nobody has seen any of you yet. I am just going to do this standard controlled standard. So yeah, whatever it is that you want for stabby, it would be skirmish.
Is 2. I do not know what Not to be Trifled With adds to it, but it says engage a small gang on equal footing. So I'm assuming I get multiple attacks.
So the way we're going to do this, since we're getting kind of close on time, is I'm going to have you roll your finesse or your skirmish once, and whatever roll you get, the highest roll that you get, that's what you do to all of them, or like the ones in a group.
What does Rage Essence do for me again?
Rage Essence allows you to ignore pain. Mm-hmm. I just had it. It increases your strength, it increases your resistance to pain, and it increases your irrational aggression.
So an increased strength does not add to my skirmish?
I'm going to say you can take 2 extra dice for that.
All right. And then just to lather on the extra dice, I'll take a stress.
Okay.
Ooh, 6.
2 6s.
2 6s.
Oh yeah, you absolutely succeed. So I'm gonna say you come in taking out the biggest group of them because you can take them just like Hulk out and roar like a big
Pretty
group
much.
of them. For I think that's gonna be for the gun. What's wrong?
No, I missed. I did not roll enough dice.
Oh, just re-roll it with the right amount of dice.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. For the gun,
going to be hunt.
Yeah.
And
again, just controlled standard, and then
control standard. I took a strain. Can we say that the melee in the next room is also
yes
distracting? So 2 bonus dice.
Cassie, you were going to break jars and take control of spirits.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to make you roll for that. I'm just going to let in all of the chaos that's going on, you're able to break them and then control the spirits. That shouldn't be an issue. For the blowgun, you do see somebody running away. You are able to hit them, but they still manage to get out and run around the corner before they fall.
Okay. So we don't, because we're getting close on time. Dynamic reality. Thank you. Thank you for your entry. Thank you for the subscription. You won the Astral Ways.
Yay!
Yay!
And we will, and somebody will be reaching out to you via Discord whisper or via a Twitch whisper. So if not, hop onto the Rem Alternis Discord and reach out to us, and we'll get you the book. But at this point, I'm assuming, Elizabeth, we win.
You win. You are able to decide at that point what you want to take back and give to them and what you want to keep for yourselves.
Awesome.
You guys are able to keep your contract. Everybody is happy. And you saved some lives. So hooray.
I went in the city from a demon.
Saved the lives of everyone in the city.
And I
Yes, that
killed
is
my
very
nemesis.
true.
I killed
And
my
you
nemesis.
You did kill your nemesis.
That's awesome.
We'll be walking out of town going, I saved your life and you just don't know it.
Right?
I saved your life and you just don't know it.
Thank you guys so much for playing. I'm so happy you guys played.
Thank you for GMing. If you want
that was great.
if you want to play a game like this, like I said before, hop on, and she's got one on the Discord on our Streamathon sign up. So you too can play. But that takes us at the midnight hour, at least midnight Eastern. So thank you everybody who watched. Thank you everybody who played.
Thank you very much. I hope you guys had fun.
Thanks for having us on here. This has been really fun.
I'm glad you guys had a good time.
We'll be back next week with Emerald Glitch, and an interview about on Rules of Cool about BattleTech with a great voice actor who's done a lot of stuff for BattleTech and Mech Warrior games. Have a good week, everybody.
Bye.
Night.